I had a terrifying experience last year. I live alone in a smaller house, and I've been living there for about 3 years now. It has 2 bedrooms and just 1 bathroom, but that's enough space for me. I also have a somewhat small front yard and a fenced-in backyard as well. One Friday night, I got home from work a little bit early. I didn't really have anything going on that night, but I was going to hang out with some friends the following day. Because of this, I decided to do all my chores right now and not have to deal with them later. There was a lot of stuff I had to do throughout the week, but some of that I would just leave for the weekends, like doing laundry or vacuuming the carpet, etc. After getting home, I started doing all that stuff. I did the laundry, I vacuumed, I cleaned up the bathroom. I also organized a few things. It surprisingly didn't take me all that long. I'd finished basically everything. I was going to cook some food for myself. I remember I had this recipe I had saved on my phone, and I was really excited to try it. When I went to go try though, I realized that I couldn't find my phone anywhere. Obviously, I didn't have it on me when I was cleaning. Usually I would just leave it on the coffee table in the living room, or sometimes on the couch playing music or something. When I looked in both of those places, I couldn't find it. I wasn't too worried until I searched the entire kitchen and it wasn't there either. I went into the bathroom, my bedroom. I knew it wouldn't be there probably, but I looked everywhere anyways. After not finding it anywhere, I wondered if I'd lost it somewhere at work or something. As I thought back and tried to retrace my steps, I remembered that I had my phone on me shortly after arriving back at my house. I had sent a message to one of my friends about tomorrow, so I knew that it had to be around in here somewhere. I took all the cushions off my couch, wasn't there either. I basically turned the entire place upside down, but I couldn't locate my phone anywhere. This puzzled me greatly. I didn't have a house phone or any other sort of phone, so I couldn't call it to see where it was. The last place I decided to look was the basement. I had an unfinished basement which I really never used. There were all kinds of pipes and beams and all sorts of things sticking out down there. I also stored several large boxes and other items. I did keep my vacuum down there next to the base of the stairs. I had only gone down there for a moment earlier to grab the vacuum and pull it back up, but maybe on some slim, crazy chance, it had fallen out of my pocket or something after I forgot it. I mean, I looked everywhere else. I didn't know where else it could be. I turned on the light and started to head down the stairs. The light didn't do a whole lot though. All it did was light up one measly bulb near the base of the stairs. After walking down, I looked on the floor near the vacuum, but I didn't see anything. I was about to turn around and head back upstairs when I heard a strange noise. I thought I could make out some movement out of the corner of my eye as well. It was out of sight and in a dark area of the basement, so I couldn't quite be sure. I stopped and tried to look in the direction of what I thought I saw, and I observed a bit closer. That's when a man started to come into view. He was hiding behind a large box. He looked really creepy, and I honestly couldn't believe what I was seeing. He was a ways away. I was so shocked for a second or two that I didn't know how to react. The man stood up from behind his hiding place and actually started to move toward me. I turned and bolted up the stairs, like my life depended on it. For all I knew, it might have. I made it to the top and left my basement, then slammed the door shut behind me. I ran for my front door and didn't stop until I made it all the way outside. During this, I didn't think at all. It was really all just instinctual reaction. I just wanted to get out of my house. After leaving, I realized I hadn't grabbed my keys or anything. I obviously didn't have my phone either, so I couldn't call the police. Now I couldn't get into my car either. I didn't exactly want to go back inside and grab it. so instead I ran to a neighbor's house. I didn't go next door because I thought the guy might run outside after me, so instead I ran several doors down and knocked on the front door of that house. I didn't know who lived there, but I hoped they would be kind enough to answer. After about 30 seconds, they did. I asked them to call the police and told them what was happening. They agreed to call, and we waited on their front step together. We watched the direction of my house, but saw no signs of anybody trying to leave. I wasn't sure if the guy had already left, or if he was still inside somewhere skulking about. The police were really quick to respond, though, and got there within less than 2 minutes. I went back over with my neighbor and met an officer there. The police then entered my home. A while later, they came out with the same man I had seen in my basement. He had still been in the house. In fact, he'd gone back down to the basement to hide. When they pulled him out, they discovered he had my cell phone in his pocket. I was able to get my phone back, but obviously the whole thing really creeped me out a lot. I'm not sure when or how he managed to grab my phone. The only thing I can think of is that he must have already been inside my house when I got back from work. He must have come upstairs without me noticing, grabbed my phone, and went back down. How he got into my house, or when he got in, I have no idea. Maybe I was so tired I forgot to lock my front door, or maybe he entered through a window or something. There were no signs of a break-in from what I could tell. Either way, since that experience, I bought a lot of security cameras, and I always double-check to make sure everything is locked. I live near a mountainous and forested region, right on the border of Canada and the US. I pretty frequently go for hikes, and sometimes even camp out for a night or two. Usually I go with no real plan in mind. I'll just search up an uncommonly used trail and see where it takes me. I think it's the thrill of not knowing what I'll see while out there that makes it so much more enjoyable. In case of emergencies, though, I always go prepared with multiple methods of navigation. You just never know what can happen out there. Anyway, I was out on a hike in the early summer this year. It was just as I said, some random trail I'd picked out in the middle of the forest, right nearby my cabin actually. I'd never been down this one before, but I initially found it intersecting a trail I was on several weeks prior. This particular trail was very faint and almost not even noticeable. Most of them were like that out here actually. But this one was in such disrepair it had me wondering if it was even a trail at all, or if I was just imagining a path that didn't actually exist. About 2 hours into my adventure though, I started to recognize some shoe prints along some of the more muddy parts of the trail. There would only be a few at a time, and most of them didn't actually seem to follow the path well. They would be going across it, or sometimes walking along it for a minute, then abruptly turning off of it. After an hour, I came across a section of the trail that was a bit more defined. It had lots of shoe prints and signs of activity scattered across and through it, as if someone was constantly coming across this part. I looked up only to see that just up ahead was a cabin. I put 2 and 2 together, assuming this was someone's off-grid place. As I looked at the cabin more closely though, something about it didn't quite look right. All of the shoe prints I'd seen had to be less than a few days old, but this cabin was absolutely desiccated. It seemed to have not been lived in for many years. The door was wide open, practically falling from its hinges, and some parts of the bottom of the cabin were so weathered it was beginning to sink into the ground. I got a closer look, entering the area. All around it had been cleared of trees. I don't know what it was about this place in particular, but something really intrigued me. I almost felt like I needed to see if someone needed help or something. because recent shoe prints and an old rundown cabin didn't really add up in my mind. I stepped up to open the door, and right away I caught a whiff of a horrible odor, indescribable really. As I peered inside, it was clear that this place was not a place humans lived in. There were signs of wild animals nesting inside, and the forest was growing out through the floorboards. I walked in carefully and tried to see what I could. The smell was so bad I just couldn't continue past a few feet though. I turned around to leave and instantly felt my stomach drop. I could see a figure was now staring at me from the forest. They immediately took off running once I saw them, hiding amongst the density of the trees. I did the same thing. I took off running down the path, going as far as I could, until I felt like I'd reached a safer area. When I got home, I called in to report the strange behavior and the creepy abandoned cabin. I knew that something strange was going on there. It took several days for a party to go out and investigate, with my help in locating the place. But when we arrived back to that area, all that was left of the old cabin was black ashes and charred wood. The whole place had been burned down. To this day, there's been nothing to show from the creepy nature of that cabin, nor the figure I'd seen in the forest. In my mind, though, it's pretty clear he must have had something to hide, something bad enough that he was willing to burn down that place. If I had stayed any longer, or gone any further in to investigate, I wonder what would have happened to me. This happened when I was a teenager. Many years ago, I was with my best friend Tony, and we were at my house. My parents had gone someplace I don't remember. Tony and I had been best friends for many years, and we were like brothers practically. We liked to prank our friends a lot and do things like that. On this night that we were hanging out, Tony had the idea to prank call one of our friends. This was back before everyone had smartphones and cell phones were around, but they didn't have the capabilities they have today. We were going to call our friend Adam. Tony had this whole clever joke he was going to say to him. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was probably really stupid, as teen jokes tend to be. We dialed Adam's number on one of the home phones at my house. It rang a few times, and then who we thought was Adam picked up. Tony started going into this joke of his, and wasn't stopping. After he had spoken for about a minute straight, the person on the other end spoke up finally. It was a man, but it was not Adam. It sounded like a grown adult. We were all about 14. The guy was really obscenely mad. I don't recall exactly what he said, but he was asking us who was calling, and what was wrong with us, and all that sort of thing. When we realized it was not Adam, we were both surprised and also very embarrassed. Tony immediately hung up the phone out of embarrassment as the guy was still talking. We had a good chuckle about it, but we decided not to do that anymore. That was enough of prank calls for us. Instead, we decided to just play some video games. Just moments after hanging up, though, the phone started ringing. I answered it, not knowing who was calling us. I think we both had a feeling it might be the guy who we'd just accidentally dialed, though. I picked up the phone and answered. I heard the same guy speaking. He was still sounding very angry. I hung up on him again. He called again and again, but this time we didn't answer the phone. We started playing video games. Over the next 30 minutes or so, the man continued to call back over and over. At least, we assumed it was that guy. Each time we didn't answer, though. We just let it ring until it stopped. Finally, we weren't getting any more calls. We continued to game until about an hour after the initial call, and that's when there was a sudden knock at the front door. I was confused when I heard that. I lived in a pretty typical neighborhood, but knocks on the door at night were very unusual. We were in my bedroom, so I left the room and walked out to the living room. I got over to the front door and looked out the window. Some guy was standing there that I'd never seen before. He looked right at me as I was looking out at him. I moved away from the door, and he continued to knock. I went back to my room and told Tony that some random guy was out there. The phone rang again. We were wondering if there was any possibility it could be the same guy. We answered the phone call this time. The man spoke and told us to come outside. When I heard that, I instantly hung up. The man must have been calling from his cell phone now or something. He continued to bang on the door. We both went out into the living room, and we heard him screaming for us to come outside. This guy appeared to be in his 50s and was wearing a baseball cap and jacket. That's all I can really remember about him. We didn't answer the door. He stayed there for many more minutes, continuing to pound on the door before eventually turning around. After that, Tony and I were just waiting for the phone to ring again, or for the guy to come back. Thankfully, he seemed to have decided it was a lost cause or something. After that, we never prank called anybody else again. I think the guy must have had some way to identify our phone number. He must have looked up our address by finding it in the phone book or something. I don't really know, but that's all I can really imagine as a way he found our house. It still creeps me out that he actually showed up because of just a prank phone call, though. I don't go on many trips out of town, so this was one of the few times I've had to stay somewhere other than a friend or family's house. The area I needed to stay in was fairly small, and most of the hotels around there were not very nice. To my surprise, there was a single home listed on Airbnb though. It was my first time using the site, but the house looked like a decent place. Much better than the hotels around that area. I requested the dates I'd be staying, and in a few minutes the place was booked. I started the drive a bit later. When I got into town, which was about 14 hours away from my city, it was well into the nighttime. The town looked almost deserted compared to where I was used to living. All the houses' lights were off, and all the stores were closed as well. No people or cars were out either. Of course, it was the middle of the night, so I didn't expect this small town to be lit up and bustling with activity or anything, but it was still a bit eerie. I hadn't gotten to see it during the day, so this was my eerie first impression of this community. The street that took me to the Airbnb was pitch black as well, not really any streetlights to speak of. It led through a winding, forested neighborhood until I eventually ended up at the home. It was one of the few that had its porch and outdoor lights on. One window upstairs also had a light coming through it as well. I figured the last customer must have just made the mistake of leaving it on, so I didn't really think anything of it. I started getting my stuff up to the front door. I got the key code from my email and opened the door, getting inside and locking the door behind me. I quickly put my stuff in the corner of the room, then went upstairs to turn off the light that had been left on. It seemed to be one of the spare bedrooms, only having a bed and a small dresser inside. I flicked the light off and then went to the main bedroom to set up my things for the stay. I was only staying for one night, but I had it booked for 2 because I needed to be there late into the following day. I was up for no more than an hour before finally getting in bed and turning in for the night. I rested my eyes and tried to sleep, but I was stuck laying awake for a long time. I sat up quickly, hearing a thud through the walls of the house. I stared at the door, trying to think of what that could have been. No ideas came to mind. I got up to check what had made that noise. I opened the door softly, peering into the upstairs hallway. It was dark and quiet now. No more thuds at all. Only the sounds of the house creaking in the wind. I stepped back and quietly shut the door, but a strange feeling came over me. I waited and listened in. I thought more about that sound I'd heard. As I stood there listening, soft creaks started to echo along the floorboards from another room. I pressed my ear up against the door as the creaking moved into the hallway, then began making its way toward my door. I was in so much shock that I almost didn't realize it had to be the footsteps of someone approaching. My heart started racing as they came right up to the other side of where I was. I put my hand tightly on the door handle to keep it from budging. Only a moment later, I felt someone pull it down from the other side. As soon as I resisted, they eased off immediately. There was a small moment of silence before suddenly the handle was forced down and they slammed into the door. It swung halfway open before I pressed my body back into it. I only saw half of their face in the doorway, but I could see anger in their eyes that I didn't expect to ever see in my entire lifetime. After a brief struggle, I somehow managed to push the door back into the latch and lock it. The man on the other side tried to get it back open, but after yelling several unpleasant words toward me, he ran downstairs and out of the home. I was still catching my breath. My mind was racing, but I gathered myself up and dialed 911. You know, for such a small community, they actually came very quickly. The owner of the Airbnb continued to look into the case after I left the following day. I wish I had kept up with it to see what happened. The man seemed so desperate to get into my room. He was in a state of real rage, as if he wanted to hurt me. It was almost like I'd done something personally to him. Everything about it is disturbing, and I don't think I'll ever get it out of my head. Airbnbs probably won't be something I'll take part in again for a long time. Last year, I was driving on a road trip. I was going to be gone for a few days. On the second night, I was sort of in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't exactly sure where I was going to be staying for the night. I was hoping to find a hotel, but the more I drove, the less it seemed like I was near any kind of city. The coverage on my cell phone was also going in and out all night. Finally, at around 11 o'clock or so, I pulled into a rest area and looked up hotels in the nearby area. The closest one was a motel about 12 miles down the road. I decided that would be just fine with me. I was getting really tired. I left the rest stop to head for the motel. It took about 10 minutes to get there, and it was about a mile off the highway. It was in a very small town that really didn't have much of anything. The motel itself looked quite creepy, to be honest with you. It was old, small, and had a little office connected to the side of the building. There was just one level of rooms, with around 10 or 12 in total. I pulled into the parking lot, which was nearly empty. Normally, I wouldn't have wanted to stay in a place like this, but it was just for a quick night's rest. I would be out of there by 6 or 7 in the morning. The rates for the night were about $29, which honestly I thought was overpriced for this place. After parking, I walked into the office to get my room. A man walked in with a longer beard and sat behind the counter. He sat up in his chair and asked me what I wanted. I told him I would like a room and then gave him the $29. He handed me a key and told me my room number, then leaned back in his chair and seemed to fall asleep or something. I left his office and walked down to my room. When I got to it, I went inside. It was about what I expected. Not very clean, old outdated furniture. The TV was a box TV. I was lucky they had a TV at all. I pretty much just got ready for bed and then tried to fall asleep. After laying down in bed, I was there for about 2 or 3 minutes. when I started to doze off. That's when I all of a sudden got this really eerie feeling. I opened my eyes and turned over in bed. When I turned over, I happened to face the window, and that's when I caught somebody moving away from my window. It wasn't like they were walking by though. It appeared they had been looking in. I only saw it for a split second, and I couldn't tell who they were at all. I got up from my bed and closed the curtains, which had been open. That didn't really do me much good though. They were cheap, of course, and didn't reach all the way closed. Plus, the curtains were so thin you could see through them anyway. Still, it was the best I could do. I looked out the window as well, but I couldn't see any sign of whoever had looked inside. I got back in bed and laid down. I tried to fall asleep again, but that kind of ruined it for me. I wasn't as relaxed as before. Obviously, I was still really tired though. After 10 minutes, I was able to start relaxing once more, but then I got that feeling again, the feeling of being watched or something. I was facing the window laying down this time, so I peeked my eyes open just a little and looked over to the window space. I could see that someone was clearly there again. At first, I couldn't make out much of them because of the curtains, but then I saw a man's head. It was just for a split second. He moved out of sight once more and away from the window. I couldn't tell who it was because of how dark it was. I got up and walked over to the window again. I looked outside, but the person was already gone. I was getting pretty freaked out now. Some creep was peeking in at my window, and way too often at that. I stayed there at the window for a few minutes, looking around and trying to spot anybody. Couldn't make out anything. I decided to go back to bed. My door was locked and I'd covered the window the best I could. All I could do now was try to get some sleep. I got back in bed and closed my eyes. This time it took even longer, about 20 minutes or so. I was able to fall asleep though. I don't know how long I had been sleeping for, but I know that I woke up sometime later. I remember hearing the sound of my door opening. The door was so old and cheap, it squeaked a lot. Instantly, I shot up wide awake. I sat up and looked to the doorway and saw some guy entering. At first, I had no idea who he was. When he saw me, he quickly left out the door and ran away. It was as he was leaving that I realized exactly who it was. It was the guy who was working at the motel counter. I got out of my bed, packed all my things, which didn't take me very long, and got into my car and drove away. I went back onto the highway and later stopped at another rest area. I just slept in my car there for the rest of the night. As crazy as it sounds, I felt a lot safer there than in that motel room. The next morning, I called the motel and tried to report the guy to management or something. However, I was hung up on immediately. After that, I called the police and told them what happened. I'm not exactly sure if they did anything about it. The guy running the place was a total creep. I'm really glad that I'm a light sleeper and woke up as he opened the door. I don't know what he would have done to me if I continued to sleep. I just hope he doesn't do it to anyone else. I was 16 last year. Me and my friend Leon were hanging out a few days before Halloween, talking about what we wanted to do. We felt too old to go trick-or-treating, but we also still wanted to do something at least. Have some fun during the holiday, you know? We thought up a few ideas, most being quickly discarded, but then I thought of something different. I reminded Leon of the abandoned farm that both of us had already known about and suggested we explore before. It would be creepy, it would be thrilling. That's exactly what you want for Halloween. Also, compared to our other ideas, this one was just the best one by a long shot. Leon was excited about it too. We both agreed that other people would probably have the same idea to go on October 31st though, so instead we chose to go one night before. We didn't want to risk running into anyone crazy at an abandoned place like that. We just wanted to explore and maybe get a little bit spooked, then leave. It sounded harmless enough. On the 30th of October, Leon drove us out to the neighborhood it was by and parked on the road. We got out and walked through the neighborhood until we got to the street that turned into a gravel path. This was the driveway leading up to the farm. I'd only ever seen that place during the day. It was pretty much just a large field of grass with a typical wooden barn and a single-story home. From the edge of the path, neither structure was visible. Our flashlights only lit up a few feet ahead of us. As we started making our way down the gravel driveway, once we started to get a bit closer, we could make out the outline of the barn on the left side and the house further back at the end of the driveway. Honestly, we were more interested in the home itself, figuring the barn was probably completely empty and wouldn't be very exciting. We kept walking and eventually got to a clearing in the tall grass. It was a circle of dirt, really. As we approached the front, we passed by some large farming equipment. I don't know what they were exactly, some old tractor-looking things that had been left out for years. Even with the dim light of our flashlights, we could see they were completely engulfed in rust. When we got up to the porch, it looked like the door had been replaced by a single wooden board. We walked around the whole outside of the house, and every window and door was sealed and covered. Disappointed, we went back to the front and tried to think of something else. As we stood there, we saw the path going up to the barn wasn't an actual path at all. It was more of a line of flattened grass. With nothing else to do, we started heading for the barn. Something felt different as we approached it though, compared to when we'd approached the house. It was a vaguely uneasy feeling that grew as we got closer and closer. When we reached it, the large door was already wide open. I walked in first and Leon followed behind. We both shined our flashlights around as we entered. It only took a few seconds for an absolutely horrid smell to hit us though. It was a barn, so that wasn't exactly surprising. But then we noticed something else. There were footprints all over the ground. Not the kind you'd expect from other kids exploring the place though. They all went in a line back and forth from a single point on the other side of the barn. I looked and saw that in Leon's eyes he was just as freaked out as I was. Still, that was the goal of going here in the first place. We slowly walked in line with the footprints, which led to a wooden cellar hatch that blended in with the floor. The only noticeable thing, other than the clear footsteps going up to it, was a brand new shiny padlock holding the hatch shut. Before we could really think about it though, a sudden thud shook the entire barn. We turned around and saw the door had been shut behind us. Leon sprinted over and panically shoved the door wide open. Both of us looked around, but we couldn't see anyone. Now terrified, we sprinted straight through the tall grass and back to the gravel driveway, then booked it to the neighborhood where the car was. We definitely got the scare we had been looking for, but perhaps too much so. Neither of us ever tried to figure out what happened that night. A couple months later, we saw the whole house and barn had been blockaded up. We tried to look up why that was, but there was no word publicly about what was going on there. It remains a mystery, but I think if we stayed to find out, we may have never left at all. One of the things that I really enjoy doing is traveling and exploring the outdoors. I've been to many national parks and hiking trails over the past few years. Actually, I didn't really travel all that much until about 3 years ago. I changed jobs and suddenly had a lot more personal time to travel with the new one. Anyway, this story takes place a couple of years back, when I was still pretty new to the whole traveling thing. I had gone to a national park that I was really excited about. It wasn't all that popular, but it had some good hiking trails. Of course, I went there all by myself and started hiking in the morning. There were so many trails to explore in that park. After I did one of them, I went down to the local town. After hanging out there for a while and getting to know some of the locals, I got the itch to do some more hiking. I went back later in the afternoon, when the park was not so busy. It was large and spread out, so really it depended what trails and sections you went to. I went to a different spot this time. It was all kinds of terrain, hills, mountains, wooded areas. What I didn't know is that the trail I'd chosen was much longer and more complex than any of the other ones. I'm sure if I would have looked at the sign at the beginning, I would have realized it was a much more challenging affair, but I don't recall observing anything like that. I pretty much just went on the trail and started. There wasn't really anybody else on it. I also noticed that it was very quiet. I was really enjoying it starting out. Pretty soon, though, I was going farther and farther, and I realized it was starting to get pretty late. The sun would be setting in just about 30 minutes. I went in a little bit further, then decided to head back. There were multiple areas where the trail went in different directions, sometimes even splitting 3 or 4 ways. All the while, I had only seen a couple of people the entire time, and they were all near the beginning. I tried to go back, but soon I became very confused what direction I was even going in. I blamed this on the terrain. There were a lot of areas where you had to climb up or down rocks, kind of like stairs. I was trying to find my way back for about 30 minutes before it started to get really dark out. At that point, I realized I wasn't making any progress. I took out my phone, but it had no signal. I'd never really had a good signal the entire time I was in the park. I turned off my phone, then turned it on again. That didn't do anything. As I was walking back in what I thought might be the right direction, I soon began to hear something. It sounded like someone else was walking on the trail behind me. I turned around and saw a man right there. I stopped and waited for him to catch up. He was wearing black pants and a black shirt and had longer dark brown hair. He was also wearing a hat and sunglasses. I wasn't exactly sure where he'd come from, but I was glad to have someone there with me. I said hello to the man, and he said hello back to me. I told him I was lost and not sure of the way out. He said right away that he knew it. The man told me that he had hiked this trail many times before, and he knew the entire thing like the back of his hand. I described to him where I'd parked my vehicle, and he told me that he could lead me there. The man seemed perfectly friendly and normal. I felt much better after hearing that. The man told me to follow him, and we both started hiking back. After that point in time, he really didn't say anything to me. He started to go really fast, too. I didn't say much back to him either. I assumed he was going so fast because it was getting darker and darker out. We hiked for a good 20 minutes, and that's when I first began to question him. Even though I had gotten lost myself and was clearly not the best with directions, something about this just told me we were going the wrong way. One of the turns that he made I was for sure was completely wrong, but I didn't say anything. Who was I to criticize someone with more experience? I'd gotten myself lost in the first place. Thing is, 10 more minutes went by and we were only going deeper and deeper in. We passed by many places I was 100% sure I had not seen before. I was hoping to myself it was some kind of shortcut. Possibly any second we would turn out right near the entrance to the path, but that was not happening. I finally asked him how much further it would be. He claimed that it was not that much farther. Said for me to keep following him. After 5 more minutes, there was still no signs of anything. I wasn't sure if he was clueless or leading me the wrong way on purpose. We kept going, and I saw we were headed for a really dense patch of woods. Then he said it. "It's right over there, see?" I knew it was not there. There was no parking lot in sight, and the terrain was nothing like where I'd entered. I said that it didn't look like where I'd gone in, and asked him if there were multiple connecting parking lots or something. Maybe he'd gotten it confused for another one. The man said no, that was it. He was still walking in front of me at this point. He started to climb down a really steep area of rocks. I knew I needed to get away from him as soon as I could. As he started to make his way down, I acted like I was about to go too, then turned and ran in the opposite direction. As soon as I started sprinting down the trail away from him, I heard him immediately do a U-turn and begin climbing back up the rocks. The terrain would give me a pretty decent head start on him. I had no plan at all. I was just winging it. I felt danger, like the guy was leading me into the middle of the woods for a nefarious purpose. After running 50 feet, I stumbled upon some really tall grass and bushes. I crouched down and kept going through them. Eventually, I came out to a connecting trail, and I no longer heard the man behind me anymore. I slowed down and felt a bit better, but it was still dark out and I was still lost. I walked at a quick pace, trying to go more in the direction I thought was correct. I walked for about 20 minutes when I heard someone walking up ahead again. I saw the person, but thankfully I realized this time it was a park ranger. I approached him and asked if he knew how to get out. Of course he did. I followed the ranger, who was actually a very nice guy. I told him about the strange man I'd encountered before. He seemed very concerned about it. He said that guy had not been leading me near any exit at all. He had been leading me into the deepest parts. He radioed in and reported the incident. After we made it back to the parking lot, he said he would investigate it for me. After that, I left for the rest of the trip, and ever since then, I've been much more careful. I'm 26 years old, and this year I settled on a house. I'd been living with my roommates for the past 8 years or so. Seclusion is something I really value, so finally buying a home all for myself was a big accomplishment for me. It was in a neighboring town, about 2 hours out from where I used to live. This town was much smaller in scale and had far fewer buildings. That's not to say that every house was on a farm or anything like that. The neighborhoods were definitely not full of close-together rows of houses like a suburb or something, though. They were spread out and separated by fields of trees and grasslands. The home I bought was no exception. It was modest and amongst the less expensive side of the housing market in this area. It was out in a forest a few miles away from the market center in town. On the day I moved in, I still hadn't met anyone in the area, not the neighbors nor the townspeople, and with the house being so far out with trees blocking the surrounding view, it kind of felt like I was moving out into the middle of nowhere, completely alone. Saying it like that makes it sound more eerie than it really felt at the time, but it wasn't all that comforting of a thought either. I had a rental van for the day, so I got to work right away unloading my things into the house. I wanted to be as quick as possible. I tried to put pretty much everything right in the living room, rather than sorting it as I went. This took a few hours, and the sun was swiftly going down. Just as I finished up, it was about ready to set. I set down a few boxes in the home and started walking out to the driveway for the last few things inside. I was caught off guard to see a man standing on my porch, almost blocking the entire front door. He really startled me, making me jump in surprise before showing a bit of embarrassment. I asked what the man was there for. The man looked to be about 50 or so. He smiled and introduced himself as my new neighbor. I said it was nice to meet him and gave him a polite smile. I couldn't help but think about how I'd never seen him walking up the driveway to my home. In fact, I had no idea where he'd come from, given it was just forest around my house. The man stayed there just kind of looking at me for a second, then turned and walked off my porch. I stood there and soaked in the strangeness of that encounter. After a moment, though, I stepped back outside and quickly got the rest of the boxes into the home. I peeked out the windows to make sure the man was actually gone. I didn't see him anywhere around. After a minute, I went out and got into the van, driving it down the long dirt driveway. It had only been a couple of minutes since the man had left, yet I didn't see him anywhere as I drove down the main road. There were no other paths I was aware of, so this made me a lot more uneasy. Anyway, I returned the van and hopped a local taxi back home, then started in on the unpacking. I wasn't working that fast. I was already tired and it was pretty late. I wanted to get some furniture put together before calling it a night. I grabbed the pieces to my bed frame and lugged them into my bedroom, beginning to piece it together. Right as I was figuring it out, a sudden knock interrupted me. I stopped and listened in to see if there would be any further sounds. I got up and quietly walked to the front door. I kept the door shut and locked, but looked out the peephole. I saw the exact same man from earlier during the day, but this time there was something wrong with him, more so than before even. He was shaking his head, moving around in an unnatural way. His eyes were fixated on the doorknob. He was staring at it so intensely it was like he was trying to burn a hole through it. He was standing quite close to the door as well, as if waiting for me to open it. "Hey, it's your neighbor! Can you open the door?" he yelled. Then he knocked again. I still remained on the other side, looking through the peephole. When I didn't answer, his face began to show frustration and anger. He banged on the door one more time, then turned and faced the pitch-black forest. He looked out into the darkness and held his hand up. He did some sort of motion, followed by him running out into the forest in the direction he'd waved at. Terrified, I immediately called the police. It was too late for them to find and question the man, though. After that night, I never saw him again. Even to this day, now that I've met all my neighbors, of course none of them were that man. And none of my neighbors knew who he could possibly be either. In fact, nobody in the entire town seemed to recognize him, at least not from my description. I don't know who the man was signaling to in the forest, or even how many people could have been out there waiting for the man to gain my trust and get me to open the door. What would have happened afterwards, I believe, is best left unthought of. I was driving on the empty highway, fighting to keep my eyes open. It was well past 1 a.m., and I couldn't help but look at the GPS every few seconds, hoping the estimated arrival time would somehow go down faster. I'd been on the road for a dangerous 15 hours straight, only stopping for food and gas on the way to my new home. I'd been forced to move for work, yet funnily enough, it was work that never let me make a trip to see the place I'd be moving to. Finally, though, I made it to the highway exit and into the town I'd be living in from then on. It was dark, so it wasn't exactly easy to see what everything looked like, but I could see enough to tell it wasn't as good as where I'd lived before. Most of the buildings looked like locally owned and run shops that were far from what I was used to. Along with that, most of the lights were off as well. When I got to my neighborhood, though, it didn't seem all that bad. The houses seemed pretty regular, sectioned close to each other. I pulled up to my house and parked on the side of the road. I got out to see the place I'd be calling home for the next year. From the outside, it looked just like all the others, but what really mattered was the inside. I walked up the driveway and pulled out the key I'd been sent a few days ago. I put it in the lock and turned it, but there was no click. I grabbed the handle and pressed on the door, watching it glide open. It was already unlocked. I quickly went in and looked around to make sure my things were there. The movers had dropped off everything in the morning, so I didn't want anything to have been stolen. After a quick look around, nothing seemed to be missing though. It was likely the movers had simply forgotten to lock the place up after. Something was still giving me a bad feeling though. On top of all that, the lights and electricity didn't seem to be working. I knew I was supposed to set it up in town at some point. It was obviously too late to do that tonight though. I didn't think they would just cut the power on my first day there. I turned my phone light on and started looking through the rooms. The downstairs was pretty okay. Standard looking and with a slightly older feel to it. I made my way up to the second floor. At the top of the stairs was a long hallway with 5 doors. I stepped into each of the rooms one by one, shining my phone light around. They were all very small and a lot of them had water damage on the ceilings and walls. When I opened the door to the master bedroom, I was surprised to see a single tarp laying on the floor. It looked dirty, maybe like something the movers had used to wrap furniture with. What made it so odd, though, was that there was nothing at all upstairs aside from that tarp. All the furniture and boxes were downstairs. I took a step back and closed the door. I was already so tired. I just wanted this night to be over with. I didn't really want to crowd my mind with the uncertainties of moving here. I went back downstairs and sat on one of the sofa chairs that was still wrapped up in plastic. I tried to rest my eyes. My eyes jolted open though, as a sudden thud echoed throughout the home from above me. I honestly didn't even know if I'd fallen asleep or not. All I remembered was sitting down and closing my eyes for a moment. The sound was quite harsh though, not just some small bump in the night. I stood up and went to the bottom of the stairs. Looking up at the dark hallway of that house, it was so silent and eerie. I must have stood there for a whole minute before taking my phone out and turning on the flashlight. I slowly walked up the creaky stairs, and when I got to the top of the steps, I shined the light down the hallway. I immediately noticed the door at the far end was slightly open, and there was an unmistakable outline of a figure standing between the crack in the doorway. They were looking right at me. I almost fell backwards down the steps. My immediate reaction was to turn and run. I sprinted for the front door and straight out into the driveway and into my car. I thought about driving away, but knowing literally all of my belongings were inside that house, I wanted to make sure whoever was in there didn't just snatch up everything. I called 911 and waited for their arrival on the side of the road. During the whole 5 minutes it took them to get there, I never saw any movement in the windows, nor anyone leaving the front door. When the police searched the house, though, the back door was wide open. It was obvious to them that whoever that was had been living inside the house for quite a while, probably because it had been vacant over the past couple of months. At first, I thought they were talking about the attic, since I looked through all the rooms and saw nothing but a tarp, but there was no attic. They were talking about the master bedroom. That meant that when I was looking around upstairs that night, and I opened the door to that room, that person was hiding somewhere in there, probably right behind the door itself. If I'd gone in any further inside the room to investigate the tarp and look around, there's a chance they might have done something to stop me. A couple of years ago, I went to the Grand Canyon during the summertime. I went there on a road trip with my best friend Amanda. I had never been to the Grand Canyon before, but she had been there once when she was younger. We drove on this one road for a long time that was supposed to lead to the park. Once we entered, we followed another road into one of the main parking lots. I was surprised at just how big the park was. There were various campsites on it, and several trails as well. When we got there were quite a few other people. We went down one trail to see the actual canyon. There are several walking trails alongside it, and many different lookout areas as well. We walked along it and stopped at several of those lookout spots, many of which were pretty crowded. At probably the second or third one we stopped at, I got approached by this random guy. He was a man that was sort of big with dark hair. He said hello to me and told me his name was Joe. He then asked me if me and Amanda would be interested in going on a tour and said that he led a guided tour around these parts. I wasn't too interested myself, so I said no thanks. He then asked me again if I was sure, and I said yes once more. After that, he just walked away. We took a bunch of pictures and stuff and moved along. About 15 minutes later, I would say, we were at another overlook area. There were other people there as well, but not nearly quite as many as before. I noticed that same guy, Joe. He was walking over and approached us again. This time, he said he'd forgotten to mention that the tour was free because somebody else had apparently canceled. He asked once more if we wanted to go. I thought about it for a second, but I still didn't want to go with this random guy. I said no to him. He asked if we were sure again, and we both said yes. He walked away just like before. This whole thing seemed a little bit strange, especially because he didn't bother to ask anybody else. He just asked us and then walked away. Amanda and I stayed at the lookout spot for a couple more minutes after that. We kept walking along the canyon and looking out at different viewpoints. I remember that sometime later, we stopped at another spot and saw Joe yet again, a little ways away. I was afraid he was going to approach us once more, but he didn't do so. He was with another guy, and they were just kind of standing around acting shady. Amanda and I walked in a different direction. There were a few paths that went through some nearby areas, and not as many people were on these ones. We walked down a couple of them. I remember that about halfway down one of them, I saw Joe again. He was walking a ways behind us, and that's when I started to get really weirded out by him. It still didn't seem like a huge deal. There were still some other people around, and the paths were not super avoided or anything. We later went back to the canyon again and didn't see him. We finished up at the gift shop, and each of us got some souvenirs. Out of nowhere, guess who I noticed again? It was Joe. He was with his friend from earlier. He didn't try to approach us, but it was a strange coincidence seeing him everywhere we'd gone throughout the entire day. Whatever tours they were supposed to be giving, they were apparently not doing so. By the time we got our souvenirs, it was starting to get late out. The sun was setting, and we decided to drive back. Our hotel was over an hour away. We went back to my car and what I assume is the main parking lot. As we were getting in and preparing to leave, I saw the two guys once again. They were a long ways away and just entering the lot. I kept an eye on them because I was very suspicious at this point. I noticed them begin observing us. They went over to an old SUV, which was parked on the other side of the lot. Is that what they were supposed to be giving tours in? I wasn't really buying the whole tour story at all. I was feeling really glad we hadn't said yes to them. We got inside my car and started to leave. As we were driving down the road though, the SUV the guys were driving followed in right behind us. If my memory is correct, there's really just one main highway that leads to and from the Grand Canyon. There isn't a whole lot on it for like an hour either though. Just outside the park area, there are a few restaurants and gas stations, so we decided to stop and grab some gas. My car's tank was a little low, and we didn't know where the next opportunity to fill up would be. We didn't know if the guys would continue to follow us either. As we pulled into the gas station, they pulled in right behind us. Now we were really concerned. I started filling my car with gas, and the SUV parked in a spot on the side. Nobody attempted to get out and refuel or anything. I finished up. Amanda and I decided to go inside the store. The gas station was pretty large inside. We were browsing around through some stuff to idle time when we noticed the same two men sneaking inside. We tried to avoid them, and they didn't seem to be trying to approach us or anything, but I knew this wasn't a coincidence. We got a few things and left the store. As we left, we noticed the guys immediately leaving right behind us. We hurried and jumped into the car. The guys went back to their SUV. As I left, unfortunately, they followed right after us. We both went onto the main highway leaving the Grand Canyon. There weren't really any exits, but I tried slowing down, speeding up, changing lanes. Whatever I did, the SUV remained right behind us. We were thinking of what to do. After a while, we got the idea to drive to a police station directly. Unfortunately, there was not one for a while. Over the next few minutes, things remained the same. We drove with them following us until we were finally off the highway. We then headed to the nearest police station. Luckily, the SUV did not attempt to follow us into the station itself. After that, we reported what happened. We gave a description of the guys. However, we did not get their license plate number. After that, we made it back to our hotel just fine. I'm really glad we got away from those guys. Who knows what they were planning? It was the fall of 2018 when this happened to me. I was 22, and at the time I was living temporarily on the East Coast, right outside of the Appalachian mountain range. I'll go ahead and admit right now that I've never been too much of an outdoorsy person. I hadn't had any experience in camping, nor was I really interested in those sorts of activities anyway. However, this was my last year living in probably the best place to do all those outdoor things. Plus, with it being mid-fall, the environment looking so pretty, and the weather being so nice, I figured this was my one chance to try it out. Now, I didn't want to go on a huge camping adventure or anything. I simply found a simple hiking trail instead. It had some good views of the mountains, and I prepped a small backpack with some water, snacks, and a first aid kit. No cars were there when I arrived. It was just a small dirt parking area really, so I guess this wasn't really a popular trail. At least not as much as I thought it was. I parked and started walking down it. It was pretty calm, and it definitely didn't feel like a path a lot of people would take. It didn't have any noticeable recent shoe prints in the dirt, and it was a fairly small path. There were trees on either side, obscuring vision a bit. As I got further in, the entire path became more densely covered in trees, enough to even blot out the sun and make the whole trail look quite dark. It was actually pretty nice and cooling, but not hearing or seeing anyone else became a bit more unsettling the further out I got. Not exactly in a creepy way, but in an I'm all alone out here way. It wasn't something I was used to, not being around any other people. About an hour, or maybe even 2 hours down the trail, I was caught off guard by suddenly seeing a man up ahead of me. He was just sitting on the side of the path, looking like he was taking a break underneath a tree. As I passed him by, I gave him a friendly nod and said hello. He looked up at me but didn't say anything. He didn't smile or nod either. He just looked at me for a few seconds and I looked away. I wasn't sure what to make of that behavior. Maybe he didn't hear me, or maybe I'd caught him off guard as well. The strange look without even a slight smile, though, was not giving me a good feeling. I walked a bit faster for the next part of the trail, hoping to put some distance in between us. After an hour, I slowed down and made it to the end, which was an overlook of the mountains. The fall colors on the trees made the view way better than it would have been at any other time of the year. Overall, I was glad to have made the hike. I stared off into the distance for a few minutes, enjoying a view I would probably never get to see again. When I turned around, though, my heart just about leapt out of my body. I saw the man from earlier, standing right at the end of the trail. He was about 10 feet from me. I'd never even heard him walking behind me. After the initial scare, I realized how creepy it was that he was just standing there blocking the path, not coming out to look out the overlook like a normal person would be doing. He then did something even more odd. His face shifted as he gave a strained smile. "How's the view?" he asked. "Yeah, it's really nice. You should take a look too." I tried to be polite, but I was still more confused than anything. The man stepped closer, then pointed to my right. "There's an even better view down that trail, if you want to see." I looked over my shoulder to where he was pointing. There was a path that was barely visible, going through a patch of dense trees. It was rugged and undefined, not something that looked to be used very often. The man walked up to where the path started and stood at the entrance, telling me again about how great the view I would experience was, and saying it was just a minute or two walk into the woods to get there. I tried to decline, but he continued to insist how great it was. It became obvious he had other intentions than just wanting me to go there and see a nice view. I said I had to go home now, and started to walk toward the main trail. The man was quick to move his body to block it once more. I stopped in place, now even more terrified. I was thinking of the possible intentions of this man. He was just a few feet away from me, and we were stuck in the middle of an empty forest. The man looked at me with a 1,000-yard stare. I took a few steps walking around him and hoping he would not escalate the situation. For some miraculous reason, it didn't. The man simply let me go, and I made my way around him, back down the trail. Every time I looked back at him, he was watching me, not even trying to be discreet. Thankfully, he made no attempt to follow me. I made it back to my car just fine in the end. I don't know what that man was trying to do, but surely not anything good was down that path. Likely just a dead end. Somewhere for him to lead me before either killing me or doing something even worse, whatever horrible thing he had in mind. I don't know why he didn't try to stop me from leaving either. We were all alone there. Maybe he was worried about doing something on a main trail. All I can say is I'm lucky to have gotten out before he did something horrible to me. A few years ago, I was traveling by myself. I took a flight to Phoenix for some business that I hoped to do there for the 2 nights I would be in town. I was staying outside of downtown in a pretty standard hotel. It wasn't exactly fancy, but it wasn't a cheap place either. It was perfectly fine. It had the basic bed, TV, desk, chair, bathroom. After I checked in, I grabbed my room key and went inside. I had a couple hours before I had to go anywhere, so I just went on my laptop in my room, then left for a few hours. I was out in the city doing my business, and when I came back to my room, it was at night. After arriving back, I entered my room again and set my things down. It was precisely as I was in the middle of doing this that all of a sudden a man stood up from behind my bed. I had no idea who this man was. He was wearing a black sleeveless shirt and jeans. He was bald with a big goatee. I asked the man what the hell he was doing in here. The man did not say anything. He started to slowly walk toward me. I backed away and went for the door. He actually sprinted after me as I did this. I managed to slip out of the room and out into the hallway. I ran to the left where the front doors were. After making it into the lobby, I saw the guy was not chasing me anymore. I told the employee at the front desk about the situation, and she said she would call the police for me right away. I waited in the lobby until they got there. The entire time waiting, we didn't see the man at all. The police got there within 10 minutes. When they searched my room, obviously the man was gone. They searched throughout the entire hotel as well, and they didn't find a single trace of him. He'd probably left through one of the back exits. After going back to my room, I was slightly relieved to see that none of my things had been stolen. It also greatly unnerved me though. If he hadn't been there to steal anything, then what had he been there for? When all the commotion was gone and the police had left, I was left all by myself. About an hour later, I just so happened to glance out my window when I saw the man walking through the parking lot. My window looked out to the back parking area. The lot back there had not nearly as many cars as the one out front. It also backed up to the rear of a couple nearby businesses. The man was walking from the hotel parking lot to the parking lot of another business. He disappeared out of my line of sight. I thought about reporting the sighting or something, but figured he would be long gone by the time anybody got there again. That night, I triple-checked my door was locked. I made sure my window was locked too, and covered it up with a sheet. The rest of the time I stayed there was fine though, and I didn't encounter the man again. I still wonder how he got into my room and what he was trying to do there. It's entirely possible he'd been hiding in the room with me earlier for the couple of hours I'd been there after arriving. He may have come in later, but I'll never have the opportunity to know. When I was 10 years old, I had a really freaky thing happen in my house. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, really thirsty. It was around 1 in the morning or so, and the entire house was dark. I got out of bed and went downstairs to grab myself a drink. Rather conveniently, my mom had just gotten up to do the same thing as well. We headed downstairs to the kitchen for some water together. Right when we got to the kitchen area though, a random car pulled up into our driveway and a man jumped out. My mom and I were just standing in the kitchen watching him. He very aggressively stomped up to our front door. He was wearing a hoodie and black gloves. Real big burly dude. Right before he started to try and open it, my mom flipped on the light. Since the entire house was dark, the man couldn't see us, but we could see him. The instant the light flipped on, the man stopped and looked right back at us. He paused for a moment as if thinking over what to do, then ran back to his car and hauled ass out of our driveway and down the road. We never saw the man again. I don't know if he was trying to break in or what, but I had nightmares about it for weeks after. Really scared the shit out of me. Me and a good friend of mine, Zach, were going together to a mutual friend's wedding in Wyoming. They'd chosen to get married in the same small town they grew up in, which was somewhat inconvenient for everyone else. But who am I to say? It's their wedding after all. Zach and I found a nice Airbnb nearby and took his car across a few states to the middle of Wyoming. This town was mostly made up of farms with a small central area for groceries, food, and some small businesses. On the outskirts, we'd found this Airbnb. It was a farmhouse as we'd expected, but it had so much land around it that we didn't expect. The home was almost entirely isolated from everywhere else. Looking off in any one direction, the only things visible would be grass, trees, and the dirt road that led here. We unloaded and unpacked all our luggage inside. It was nice. I wouldn't compliment its looks too much, but it was great for a couple nights stay. Zach and I spent the rest of the day just kinda hanging out and talking, going to bed by 11 o'clock or so. I took a while to fall asleep. I think it was because the house was so far out. It just made me feel kind of uneasy, you know? Once I did fall asleep though, I slept pretty deeply. In the morning, we went to the wedding and spent the entire day there, not getting back to the Airbnb until at least 9 or 10. Zach went to bed right away, but I stayed in the living room to relax for a little bit longer. It was only 10 minutes after settling in, though, that a single quiet knock came from the front door. I got up and was feeling very strange. Why would someone be out here this late at night? I quietly walked over to the door and looked to see who it was, but when I checked, I didn't see anyone out there. I opened the door and stuck my head out a bit, looking all around the driveway. Everything was empty as far as the eye could see. There was nobody outside, it seemed. After a few moments of confusion, I shut the door once more. I looked over at Zach's room. I knew he must have already been passed out, so he probably hadn't even heard it at all. I assumed it must have just been a noise from the house that simply resembled the knock. It was a quiet sound after all. Everything pointed to it being nothing. I sat back down to continue resting, but not even a minute after sitting, a quiet noise knocked from the outside of the house. This time, though, it was from the other side of the home entirely. I quickly got up and rushed over to the back, turning on the outdoor light. I looked out the window, but again, there was nothing. This furthered the idea that it was just the house making these noises, but it still didn't take away from the unsettling nature of it all. I stayed by the window for a while. It had been about 5 minutes, looking out into the backyard that led to the forest. It was pitch black outside. I was hoping that by seeing nothing was out there, I'd be less on edge, but actually it only unsettled me even further. There was just something about being out here in someone else's farmhouse that gave me an uncomfortable feeling. I stayed up for a while longer, wanting to be sure nothing else was going on. I decided to try my hand at getting some sleep finally. I went to my room, which was across the hall from Zach's, and laid down in bed. I didn't hear anything else, so I slowly drifted off to sleep. When I woke up, my eyes shot open immediately. Someone was knocking on my bedroom door. "Hello? Zach?" To my relief, I heard Zach's voice from the hall, asking me to come out for a moment. I got up and met him in the hallway. From just one look at him, though, I knew something was wrong here. He looked terrified and worried. "What's wrong? What's going on?" I asked. He explained that he'd woken up to something moving around outside his window, and when he moved the curtains back, he saw the backside of a man walking around the house. As we were discussing the situation, clicking sounds began coming from the front door. Both of us ran over to the living room. A man was out on the porch, standing with his body right up against the door. He was clearly fidgeting with something, which made me sure he was trying to pick the lock. I turned and looked at Zach in fear. I think he knew exactly what was going on without me having to say anything. He ran to his room and called the police, while I stayed and made sure this guy didn't get in. The only thing I could really do, though, was hold the lock and hope he wouldn't disable it somehow. I could hear the man outside getting frustrated. All of a sudden, he just ran off to the side of the house. both of us were too scared to check the windows and opted instead for locking ourselves in one of the rooms and waiting for the cops to arrive. If I'm being honest though, the rest of what happened was very uneventful. The cops pulled in a long while later, gathering basically no evidence and never getting any idea on what happened that night. I don't know who that guy was or why he was trying to break into the Airbnb, but if those noises I heard earlier in the night were from him, then he had been skulking about the house for several hours and knew that he was breaking into an occupied home. That only makes the whole encounter even more terrifying. This took place back in the early 2000s. I'm a woman and lived alone in my apartment at the time. I was home by myself one night when I received a phone call. I picked it up and answered, but didn't hear anything at first on the other end. I asked if anybody was there, and for a few moments there was still no sounds at all. Right as I was about to hang up, finally a man spoke. I didn't recognize the voice as anybody that I knew. He said he must have the wrong number, and then he hung up right away. I didn't really give it too much thought, honestly. Occasionally you get phone calls from a wrong number. It was certainly a lot more common back then than it is nowadays, though. A few days went by, and once more I received a call late at night. I picked up the phone and said hello. Once again, I heard nothing on the other end. I said hello several more times, but nobody was speaking at all. I was then hung up on by whoever had called me. The very next night, it happened again. By now, I was starting to get a little suspicious. I didn't know exactly what was going on here, but it was definitely strange that it kept happening. They would call and I would answer, then they wouldn't say anything. It always seemed to happen later at night when I was home alone, too. It was honestly creeping me out. I was wondering what was going on. The next strange thing to happen was not a phone call at all. I left for work on a morning after one of the previous calls. My drive to work usually took about 15 minutes. This time, though, I realized I had been followed the entire way there. I know that because the street my apartment was on was really quiet, with very little traffic. A few of the streets I had to drive on were usually quiet as well. I noticed a car driving behind me the entire time, although I couldn't tell who was driving the car. When I got to the highway, I felt a bit more relieved. I figured that they weren't going to follow me anymore. The highway had a lot more vehicles on it. I thought maybe it was a coincidence at that point, and maybe they were just trying to get onto the highway as well. When I took the exit for my work, though, I noticed the car taking the same exit behind me. As I drove down several more streets, the car did the exact same. This had never happened before. I had the real strong feeling they were following me intentionally. I was getting a bit worried, but it was literally right before my turn in for work. The car went in a different direction, so I didn't know what to think. After work that night, I drove back home, and I wasn't followed on the way back. I didn't get any phone calls this time, but the very next night after that, I did. This time, I remember it was about 11 or so. The phone rang, and I walked over and picked it up. After answering, I heard a man's voice on the other end. He told me that he was my neighbor just down the way and asked if I could come over real quick. He said he needed some help with something. Something about this just seemed very fishy. I thought I recognized the voice on the other end, but it was certainly not my neighbor. I was also sure that whoever this was supposed to be did not actually have my telephone number. I went to the door and looked out through my peephole out of curiosity. When I did so, I saw a man standing right there on the other side, trying his best to be quiet. I wasn't sure who he was, as I'd never seen him before. but I thought he was surely the one behind these strange occurrences. Instead of going outside, I dialed 911 and told the police there was a suspicious man at my apartment. Right after I finished that, I got another call from the guy, claiming to be my neighbor. I answered it and asked who exactly this neighbor was. He made up some name like Steve or something. I remember he kept telling me to come out of my apartment and that it was really urgent. I went back over to the door and looked out. The guy was still hiding there. I told him that I'd called the police, and when I said this, I watched him turn around and walk away. After that, he didn't come back. The police got there a little while later, and I told them everything the man had done. Unfortunately, there was not a lot they could do about it. I decided to change my phone number though. After that, I didn't receive any more strange calls. I also was not followed again, and nobody came to my apartment in the night. I only lived in that apartment for another month or so though. I never found out who had done it or why. Every time the phone would ring late at night, for months afterward, I would worry it was that same man, calling again. I'm really glad he didn't though. I'm an officer for the local police department. Shifts in our department are always switching around, having people work 10 to 12 hours on a different schedule every week. Sometimes overnight, followed by early morning, then overnight again. On this day, I was working 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. and was at the office. Dispatch notified me of a call about a group of teenagers trespassing on private property. Specifically, it was a hospital on the outskirts of town that had been deserted for the last decade or so. It was commonplace for groups to hang out there and do various illegal activities. The whole department knew about this, and most of us had been there several times before. This was my 4th time having a call out there, and I was sure it would be a quick and typical case. I'd walk in and either escort a group of teenagers out and warn them of the dangers of trespassing on abandoned property, or watch them run off in fear of getting caught by the police. I was tired, so either way was good enough for me. I honestly didn't care too much. It's not like I was going to arrest and charge them or something. I just needed to get them to leave the property. When I got there, I quickly became aware of a flashlight shining through the windows of the 2nd story. What was strange about it was that it was moving really fast across multiple windows though, like someone was running through the hallway. I got out of my vehicle and prepped my flashlight, then entered the building. The first thing I did was call out and request the kids to show themselves and whatnot. Of course, no one did. I listened at the entrance for any signs of noises to hopefully give me an idea of where to look for them. It was dead silent though, enough to kind of wake me up and get my nerves going. There was always a slight fear things like this could be a trap to lead an officer and attempt something. But I kept my cool and simply walked through the old hallways. I walked up a flight of stairs. As I reached the top, a loud thud echoed throughout the building. It sounded like someone hitting a wall or something. It was definitely coming from the 2nd floor. I entered the hallway and shined my flashlight all the way down. I couldn't see anyone, or even a sign anyone had been there. I called out again, knowing that the stairs I was by were the only way up or down from the 2nd story. I listened in, but heard nothing more than the creaking of the old building. I walked slowly through the hallway and looked through each door, scanning the rooms with my flashlight. There was nothing more than some old hospital beds and some graffiti. When I got to the last room, the door was closed. I called out one more time before swinging it open. I cleared the room, but nobody was inside here either. There were signs of recent activity, like cigarettes on the ground with smoke still rising from them. It was a little concerning. knowing they hadn't left the second floor through the stairway. The only other way out was if they'd jumped out a broken window. Before I could even check, though, the door behind me slammed shut, followed by something smashing against it and footsteps departing down the hallway. Luckily, I was able to push the door open just enough to slide through. As I opened it, I saw a large hospital bed had been pressed up against it. By the time I got out, whoever was there was long gone. Backup came and we did a more thorough investigation. We also checked in with the one who originally called in, the two teenagers. What was odd about this was that there was only one clear set of footsteps I heard, and only one flashlight in the window. The cigarettes burning also showed they left in a hurry. That could have been from me arriving, but then why would one of them stay behind to try and trap me in a room for some reason? Later that morning, we got a report from a mother about her missing teenage son, who never showed up at home, followed soon after by an identical report from another mother on her teenage son. After looking for the kids for days, then weeks, then months, it was almost definite they were not going to show up. 6 years later, they still haven't, as far as I know. Their disappearance was an unlikely one. What makes it so difficult for me is that it's not certain whether or not the person in the hospital with me was one of the kids or the person who made them disappear. The current most stable theory is that it was someone else, and that's why they tried to trap me in that room. Unless something more comes up, though, it's not likely we'll ever know. A few years ago, I lost my phone. I just remember one day coming home from work and realizing I didn't have it on me. I tried to remember where I could have possibly left it, but I honestly had no clue. I worked a pretty normal office job in the city at the time. I would have to walk several blocks to get to my car, then would drive home. It didn't seem likely to me that I would drop my phone, but I honestly had no clue where it could be. The next day, when I went to work, I looked around my cubicle, hoping I had forgotten it there. I thought it had to be there. I hadn't remembered dropping it or any situations where it could have slipped out of my pocket or something. I guess it was possible, though. After searching my desk and all around it, my phone was still nowhere to be found. I felt completely dejected. I realized that probably meant my phone was a goner, especially if I'd lost it on the city streets or something. It certainly would not still be there. I logged onto my computer to work after that and figured I would have to buy another phone later. When I was checking my email, though, I saw a new one. It had the subject of cell phone. My eyes lit up when I saw this. Could somebody have found my lost phone? I clicked on the email and read it. It was short and very to the point. Whoever said it said they'd found my lost phone and got my contact information from it. They wanted to give it back to me as soon as possible, but asked if I could pay a finder's fee of $400. My happiness went away after reading that last sentence. A finder's fee of $400. I really hoped that was a joke. That cost more than my phone itself. I responded to the emails, saying I would meet them as soon as possible when they were available. I added that I hoped they were joking about the $400. The sender of the email did not give me a name, and it was from a Gmail account with just random letters and numbers. They responded to me within the hour and told me they were not joking at all. They really wanted $400 for the phone. I would rather buy a new phone for more money than give whoever this was the satisfaction. It made me pretty angry they thought they could do that to me. I asked to meet with the person and didn't say if I would pay them or not. The person said they would come to my house that night and asked me for my address. I responded saying I would rather meet in a public place, but they didn't respond to me after that. All of our communication took place within this one workday. At the end of the workday, I left and drove back home. On the way there, I stopped by the store and grabbed a cheap phone to use in the meantime. I was trying to make up my mind. Would I rather buy a new phone or get this person to be reasonable with me? I thought about offering them $100 or trying to negotiate, but that made me even more mad. I shouldn't have to pay them any money at all. I considered getting the police involved, but I didn't really think it was that serious of a matter. I got home at around 6 p.m. or so. I lived by myself in a pretty standard one-bedroom apartment. About an hour after returning home, though, there was a knock on my door. I walked over and looked through the peephole to see who was there. When I did, I saw a man standing outside the door. He was wearing a black jacket and a winter hat and sunglasses. He was also wearing a really thick scarf that was covering most of his mouth. It was winter time, so there was nothing about that was too strange. I realized, though, that this might be the guy who had my phone. He'd likely gotten my address from my phone itself, as that was how he'd gotten my contact information as well. I opened the door and said hello to him. I really couldn't tell much of what he looked like because of what he was wearing. He was a little bit shorter than me. He told me he had my phone and wanted $400 for it. Then he would give it back to me. He reached into his pocket and held my phone up for a second. I tried to reason with the guy. I asked him why he thought I would give him that much money. He said because he wanted it. I told him that was unreasonable, and it was my phone. My phone didn't even cost that much in the first place. The guy cursed at me, and out of nowhere tried to force his way into my apartment. I didn't have any time to stop him. I backed up but couldn't even try to close the door on him. He was already mostly inside. At that point, I turned and ran for the nearest room, which happened to be my bathroom. I was just a few feet ahead of the guy, but when I started running, I gained some distance on him. I got into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. I locked it too. The guy tried to force his way in seconds later. After an initial failed attempt, I heard him walk away. He was still inside my apartment, though. Luckily, I had the crappy phone I just bought at Walmart. I dialed 911 as I heard the man begin rummaging through my belongings. I told the police what was going on, and I was told some officers were on the way. Still, I was pretty scared being alone in my place with this guy. I heard him go into my bedroom, as well as the living room and kitchen. I hoped he wouldn't try to force the bathroom open again. Luckily, he didn't do so. He remained inside my apartment for 5 minutes. I heard him leave after. I stayed in the bathroom until police got there. They arrived about 5 minutes after the man left. When I went back out, I saw my apartment was pretty messed up. The guy was probably looking around for anything valuable I had. He did steal a few things. Luckily, my wallet was still on me. I told the police all the information I could, and they said they would look into it. Unfortunately, I never got my phone back. I still don't know who stole it. I've considered that it was possibly someone who works in my building that did it. My office building is very large, and multiple companies are in there. Lots of people go through that building, so that might be what happened. I really don't know for sure. I remember this one time I found a phone on the side of the road. I was driving home later at night, around 10 p.m. or so. Things were pretty quiet as I came to a stop at a red light. I casually looked around the intersection that I was at. It was usually busy during the day, but at night it was pretty much a ghost town. I was next to a divider that was on my left, and that's when I noticed something on the ground. It appeared to be someone's phone. I opened my door and looked closer, realizing it was in fact a cell phone. I picked it up. It had been raining outside, so the phone was pretty wet. I figured it would probably be broken. After looking closer, I saw it was an iPhone of some sort. I hit the button, and to my surprise, it actually turned on. After that, the light turned green. I had to finish driving home, but once I was back, I took that phone out and looked it over. Nothing appeared to be wrong with it. I wanted to return it to the rightful owner. The phone was obviously password protected, so I had no clue who it belonged to. I tried the 1234 thing and some other obvious ones, but none of them seemed to work. After that, I tried to use voice commands. I asked Siri who the owner of the phone was. She said the phone belonged to someone named Brian. I had a name now, but unfortunately it was a pretty common name. I tried to ask for Brian's contact information to get a hold of him, but I was told the phone had to be unlocked for that. That was the same for everything else as well. I tried a lot of other commands, but wasn't getting any results. I only had this one name to go off of. After that, I decided to make a post on Craigslist. I put that I'd found somebody's cell phone. I described the area where I found it and included a picture of it as well. I asked the owner to get in touch with me. Within a day, I got a reply. The first reply was someone claiming the phone was theirs. I asked them what their name was. Obviously, if they answered with anything other than Brian, I knew it wasn't theirs. The first person didn't want to give me their name and asked me why I wanted to know. I said because I knew the name of the person the phone belonged to, and I wanted to make sure it was really them. They told me their name was Joe, and I knew they weren't the real owner. Sometime later, I got another reply, somebody just saying that it was their phone. When I asked them their name, they said Brian. This was promising. Perhaps I really had found the owner. I was happy and couldn't believe it actually worked. I asked Brian where he wanted to meet up to pick his phone up. He told me he didn't want to cause me any trouble, and he could just stop by my house. When he said that, I thought maybe I shouldn't give him my address, but I told myself, I'm not selling anything here, I'm just returning someone's belongings to their rightful owner. I convinced myself it was fine. I gave Brian my home address, and he told me he would stop by at 8 p.m. to grab the phone. I agreed, and that night around 8, there was a knock on my front door. I went over and answered it. Brian was out there, or at least that's who I assumed he was. He had sort of short reddish hair and was about average height. I said hello to him and handed him the phone. He took it and asked me where I'd found it. I told him exactly where. Oh yeah? That's crazy. He then just kind of stood there. I was about to say have a good night and close the door when randomly he asked me if he could come inside for a moment. I really didn't want him to. I knew nothing about this guy, and I certainly knew better than to let a random stranger into my home. Plus, I was the only one home at the time. I told him I was about to go to bed, and I started to shut the door. He just kept standing there looking at me. As I was about to close it, he said okay. I closed the door and locked it. Then I turned out the lights right inside. It didn't seem like Brian was walking away though. I went over to the living room window to look. When I did, I saw Brian just standing there on the front step, staring at my door. It was really weird. Probably 30 seconds later, he slowly walked back to his car that was parked on the side of the street. He got inside and I was about to walk away. I wanted to make sure he'd left though. I watched as he sat inside his car and didn't drive away. I kept watching. I wasn't going to leave until he did. For 20 minutes, he just sat inside his car. Then he got out again and started walking back up to my front step. I had a bad feeling now. I didn't know what he could possibly want from me. I was expecting him to maybe knock on the door or something, but he didn't do that. Instead, he stood on the front step and looked around for a few seconds, then started to walk away to the side of the house. When he was out of sight, I finally moved. I went to another window. I went to my bedroom. When I got to it, I just barely saw him go out of sight and behind my house. Now he was in my backyard. Well, I didn't like this at all. I moved to another back window and turned on a backlight outside. When it went on, I saw Brian continuing to walk through my backyard over to the other side of my house. Then he casually walked around the back to the front yard. Once he was there, he returned to his car, started the engine, and drove away. I was really weirded out by this. He had made a complete lap around my house. After he drove away, he didn't come back that night, at least not that I'm aware of. I still wonder what exactly he was doing. My best guess is that he was going to try and break in, and when I turned the light on and he was sure I was observing him, it scared him off from attempting it. I really don't know. Either way, it was fairly unnerving. I was at college one day and had an hour break between classes. I decided to take a spot at a huge empty table in the quiet courtyard just outside my next class. I wanted to catch up on some reading for one of my other courses. Out of nowhere, a creepy-looking guy approached me and asked if he could sit with me. Since there were 3 other empty tables and no one else around, the fact that he was asking to sit with me, I thought he might try to sell me something, honestly. I decided to be polite and said yes. He sat down on the bench right next to me. Our arms were touching. I moved away to get some personal space. I was for sure creeped out. My radar was going ballistic at this point. As I moved away though, he grabbed my hand and laced his fingers in mine. He whispered to me to relax. I was so scared. He had 100 pounds on me, and I couldn't get away from him. He started going on about how amazing he was, and all this other nonsense. He also began trying to kiss my neck and touch me. I wasn't 100% paying attention to what he was saying. I was hoping someone would come by and help me. After 5 minutes of him doing this, he asked for my phone number. Obviously, I told him no. He got angry. He said I was flirting with him. He got really upset. From the look in his eyes, I truly believe he was about to hurt me too, if another student hadn't happened to walk by just at the right time and sit down at the table right next to us. I used that opportunity to get the hell out of Dodge. 2 days later, when I came back for that same class, I saw him doing the same thing to another girl. I went up to her and acted like we were the best of friends, and I was coincidentally running into her. I was thankful I could help her get out of that situation. She told me she had been terrified. I went to campus security and reported the man. I don't know what actually happened to him, but I do know that after I reported him, I never saw him hanging around that area again. A couple years ago, my wife and I went to a haunted corn maze a couple of days before Halloween. We'd been drinking a little bit, so we managed to get really lost inside. We had wandered around for about 20 minutes when this weird-looking guy started following us around. We had made a turn and ended up at a dead end. When we turned around to find another way, the guy was blocking the path right behind us. So calmly, he looked at both of us. You know, some psycho could come here and kill people, and everyone would think it was just part of the show. It really scared the shit out of us. I have no idea if the guy worked for the maze or what, but we managed to get out of there by cheating and breaking through one of the walls of the maze. I live in a really small countryside town. The population's only a few thousand, and the nearest city is a couple hours away. Most of the people that live here are quite close. With there being so few people around, everyone knew everyone, and everyone knew everything that was going on in town as well. At the time, I was in high school and had a best friend named Chris. that I'd hang out with pretty much every day. During mid-fall, there was a lot of talk about this empty farmhouse in the town that people were keen on exploring. I was never one to do those sorts of things, but Chris was, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't the least bit curious. Supposedly, this farmhouse had been left behind by the owners years ago. Left to rot on the edge of town for the past 5 years. Being in high school, the rumors of it spread like wildfire. People were telling stories about it, daring others to explore it. It was on one weekend night that Chris brought it up to me as well. We had nothing else to do really, and Chris seemed really excited to see what everyone was talking about. After finding a couple flashlights, we got in the car and drove to the farmhouse. We only knew which road it was on, but it wasn't very hard to find from the road. You could see the rotting house in the distance. We couldn't find the driveway up to it though. It was likely it had long since been overgrown, might not even exist anymore. We parked on the road and started walking through the field towards this house. It was almost 1 a.m., so the moon was lighting up the field just enough for us to navigate through. As we got closer, it almost felt like the night got quieter and quieter around us until we reached its area. The house had weeds infesting the whole yard, and vines growing through the wooden panels on the outside. Chris led the way, walking around to the front where the door was missing. That gave us easy enough access inside. We stepped in and started walking through the rooms, looking at the trash on the ground and the decaying interior. It made both of us wonder why it had been abandoned to begin with. After a minute or two, though, we'd seen everything on the first floor. We moved up to the second. It was much darker upstairs. There were no windows to let in the moonlight. We both turned on our flashlights and shined them around. There were only 2 rooms up there, one on the left side of the hallway and the other on the right side. Chris went up to the left, finding that the door was locked. While he was struggling with that door, I went over to the other room. It happened to be unlocked. It was entirely empty, having mold covering the ceiling, and nothing more. There was a single window with slabs of wood nailed across it. Curious, I went up to it. Why would they need to block an upstairs window? I crouched down to investigate and looked in between the 2 slabs to see what was outside. Maybe it had access to the roof or something. It didn't though. This was just an ordinary window facing the field we'd come from. As I looked out into the moonlit grass, I saw a figure walking toward the farmhouse, not too far away. I left the window and whispered to Chris that someone was coming. My heartbeat was already speeding up. I think it was seeing the figure being all alone that really freaked me out though, knowing this was not another group of kids just exploring this place. Chris looked nervous too. He walked over to the window to see for himself, but we immediately stopped at the sound of footsteps entering the house downstairs. We froze in place, standing in the middle of the empty room, too scared to even take a step and risk being found. The person walked slowly through the first floor, going to the stairs and beginning to walk up. Both Chris and I stared at the open doorway, listening as the footsteps approached the top. They started coming even closer until the large figure of a man appeared in front of us. He was facing the other way, unlocking the locked door. As he stood in that dark hallway just 4 or 5 feet away from us, I held my breath in my hands, hoping he would not turn around. When he opened the door, I immediately locked eyes with another man who had been waiting inside that room. Our gaze was broken as the man went into the room and closed the door behind him. We heard them whispering immediately after. Chris and I made our move, Sprinting into the hallway and down the stairs, we heard the door swing open and footsteps charging out behind us. We fled the house and ran for the field. We didn't stop until we got to the car, driving away as fast as we could. The whole ride back to my house, neither of us said a single word. We were both just in shock, taking everything in. We had no idea what was going on in that house or who those men were, but out of fear of getting in trouble for trespassing, we did not call the police. We were stupid to have even gone there in the first place. I won't defend any of my actions, but I feel like there was something more sinister going on at that farmhouse. A month after that incident, the house was bought and torn down with no reason given. Whether or not something was really going on in there, we'll never be able to find out now, that's for sure. This happened just a few months ago. I went to a park to work out with my friend Mikey. There's a park not too far away from where we live, and it has everything basically. There's a baseball field, basketball courts, a big playground. There's also picnic tables and several grassy areas as well. Overall, it's really big. Sometimes I go there with my friends to play basketball or do whatever we feel like, really. On this day, Mikey and I were doing some conditioning in the park. We both play sports and are there all the time. It was a little bit later on this night though, right around sunset or so. The park did have some lights, but after sunset it would get pretty quiet around there. By this time, most of the people had left already. There were a few others milling about here and there spread out, but not that many. The park also had 2 parking lots, one on each end of it. Mikey and I had been running in one of the large grassy areas where there wasn't really anybody else around. When we left, we walked all the way back to the parking lot and got into my car. It was sort of a long walk, and after getting back, I realized I didn't have my phone. I also didn't know where it was. I soon figured out that I likely forgot it where we had been at the park. We would always set our stuff down when we worked out, and obviously I would not be running with my phone in my pocket. We got back out of my car and started walking back over to see if I'd left it somewhere in the grass. Now a long distance away, near where we had been, I saw this guy walking. I assumed he was just a random man passing by. But then the guy looked at the ground near where Mikey and I had been. I saw him pick up what appeared to be a phone, and I knew right away it was mine. I started to run over to the guy. I didn't want him to just leave with my phone. When he picked it up, he turned instantly and started walking in the other direction. I started yelling at that point, but he was still a good ways away. He didn't stop, of course, and ignored my yelling. Now I started sprinting full speed at the guy. He was walking pretty fast and heading toward the other parking lot. As I kept running, I kept yelling at the guy to stop. He started running too. He sprinted to a car that was parked in the lot and jumped inside. I kept running, but he started his engine and drove away before I could even hope to reach him. I turned and started running back to my car in the other lot. Mikey was about halfway there. I waved him back. He also saw everything that happened and started running back to the lot with me. There was a good chance the man would have to drive past that area to leave. Our lot was more close to the common road, and the other parking lot was kind of a back one. We made it back to my car and jumped inside, just in time to see the man driving past our lot. I started my car and pulled out and onto the road behind the man. We kept a distance back, but followed behind him. I'm not sure if he realized that we were following him or not, but the roads weren't very busy, so it wasn't difficult to keep up with him. We followed for about 10 minutes until we arrived on a quiet residential street. The man parked on the side of the road in front of a house. I parked a little ways back from that. He got out of the car and I got out to confront him. I walked in his direction as he headed towards the house. I yelled at him again, and this time he looked right at me. I said I'd seen him pick up my phone at the park. He turned away and said he didn't know what I was talking about, then told me to leave him alone. He hurried to the front door and went inside. I wasn't going to try and follow him into his house or anything, but I knew he was lying to me. Mikey followed me and we went to the front door after the man went inside. I rang the doorbell. When nobody answered, I began to knock. 10 seconds later, the door opened up and the guy came out holding a baseball bat. We backed away and a woman came out of the house as well, also holding a bat. Mikey and I ran back for the car and they chased us all the way there. I was afraid they were going to try and whack my car or something, so I drove out of there as fast as I could. We were able to get away, and Mikey called the police on his phone and reported what had happened. We parked on the next street over as we waited for the police to get there. About 10 minutes later, they arrived. The police knocked on the guy's door and he denied everything at first, but then he tried to flee. I guess he'd had some run-ins recently, and he didn't want to talk to the officers. I didn't see exactly what happened, but I guess the police ended up coming into the house. The guy and the woman got busted for running a drug operation. They also recovered my cell phone, which I then got back. That was one of the craziest experiences I have ever had. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have followed the guy. Knowing who he is now, he was very dangerous. I don't think he knew I had been following him, because if he had known, he might have tried to do something about it. This is the story of when I lost my phone last year. I have the Find My iPhone app just in case that ever happened, and I certainly needed it. I just know that I came back home one day and realized I didn't have my cell phone. Now, I lived by myself in an apartment, and I didn't have another phone. I had gone quite a few places that day. My job, which is in retail, several other stores. My first thought was to check my car. When it wasn't there, I knew I was screwed. Still, I remembered my Find My iPhone feature and decided to try it out. I went onto my MacBook Pro and looked at the location of my iPhone. I was surprised when it actually seemed to work quite well. It showed my iPhone was located in some park in my city. I found this quite odd. Obviously, I hadn't been there. I had been to some locations that were pretty close by, though. I decided to go to the park and see what was going on. I wrote directions there on the back of a post-it note and then headed out. I was pretty sure I knew how to get there, but not 100%. I drove to the location, which took me about 10 minutes or so. It was very dark out by now. The app led me to a seemingly empty park. There was a parking lot that was small, with only one car parked in the corner. In the park, there were many softball fields, as well as some trees. Instantly, I wondered if my phone was in that lone car that was parked there. It was sort of creepy to think that. I got out and started looking around. I looked all on the ground as well. Luckily, I had a flashlight with me. I was not seeing anything at all, though. I slowly walked around, searching for my phone for the next 15 minutes. The entire time, that one car remained parked in the corner of the lot. After realizing I probably wasn't going to find it, I decided to just go back home and check on my laptop again for the location. If my phone was in the car with whoever that was, maybe they would drive away and the location would change as well. I got back in my vehicle and started driving home. As soon as I left the park, though, the car that had been in the lot began following me. Now, I never got a look at who was driving it. It was too dark out. When I left the park, I made a right, which they also did. I took another right, which they did as well. It was pretty clear and easy to tell they were now following me. I wondered why, though. I didn't have my phone with me, obviously, but I did know my way to the nearest police station. I got back onto a main road and drove down it for a while. After 5 minutes or so, I made another turn. The station was on that road. I knew it because I would drive past it every day to go to work. When I got there, I pulled in. The car behind me obviously did not. I decided to report what happened to the police while I was there. Unfortunately, though, they said there was not much they could do. After that, I went home and checked the location of my iPhone again. It was now showing up somewhere else entirely. Shortly after that, it stopped showing up at all. I ended up having to get a new phone. Luckily, I knew exactly what to do when that person started following me. I hope they weren't dangerous, but if they were following me, it's quite possible they were. I'm not sure exactly how or when they got my phone, but I'm glad I avoided a bad situation. Something really bizarre happened to me a couple of years ago. I got a new cell phone and a new number. I'd been needing a new phone for a while, and my previous service was not any good at all. After switching over, though, I soon started to get these very strange phone calls and texts as well. The first was a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. Obviously, I didn't really recognize any of the new numbers after getting the phone. But when I answered, a man I didn't know spoke and asked me why I had not been returning his calls. I realized he must have the wrong number, and I told him so. For some strange reason, though, when I did, he didn't believe me. After that, I just hung up on him. Sometime later, I received a text message from a different number. This text just said something like, "Hey, call me when you get the chance." Once more, I didn't know the number. I replied asking who it was, and they responded with the name of a person I didn't know. I told them that they had the wrong number. This person didn't respond. Over the next week or so, I got at least 10 different text messages and 10 different phone calls as well. Most of them were from different phone numbers, but some were the same. I responded to most of them saying they had the wrong number. I realized that most likely the previous person that had my phone number must not have told their contacts they'd changed it. They must have had a lot of friends or something. I answered another one of these random calls out of curiosity. There was another man I didn't know. I told him he had the wrong number like usual, and that I'd recently gotten this new one. The man on the other end said he didn't understand. I started to explain to him that I'd gotten a new phone and new service, but he just hung up on me. I put up with these random texts and calls for the next few days. After a certain point, I just started ignoring everything. Some people I had already told they had the wrong number, but they continued to message me anyway. It was kind of annoying. I even considered asking to change numbers. I got a text from someone who had already texted me multiple times. They said I needed to cut the crap, and nobody was buying my new number nonsense. They said my life could be made miserable if I didn't start cooperating. When I read that, I was thinking to myself, who on earth had this number before me? I didn't respond. I wasn't really sure what to do. I received another text shortly after, saying they would find me and I couldn't hide forever. By this point, threatening texts began coming from 2 or 3 different numbers. After these sorts of messages went on for a few days, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the police and also went to get a new phone number. I told the cops my whole situation. They told me I should get a new number and they would start an investigation. I did get a new number, and after that I wasn't bothered again. I also never heard anything more about those people. Who were they? Why were they so threatening to whoever was supposed to own this number? I still wonder why I got those texts at all. For a little bit of background, this happened to me in the 1990s. During this time, I was a single woman, living by myself in a house. I worked a job that was in an office downtown. The company that I worked for back then was very large and had different offices in the city and all around the country. One time, there was a big work party that was taking place at a hotel downtown. It was a pretty big deal, actually. Hundreds of people from multiple offices had been invited. When I was there, the first few hours of it were good. I was mingling with some of the other coworkers and my friends from work. Toward the end of the night, though, I was planning on leaving soon. A man approached me as I was standing off kind of to the side. He walked right up and introduced himself. I had seen him around at the party, but I didn't recognize him at all. He must have worked at another office or something. I don't even remember what his name was. He was clearly interested in me, but something about his demeanor did not sit right with me. I couldn't put my finger on it. Something about him just seemed a little bit strange. I also was not interested in him. We talked for a little bit, just basic conversation, really. He told me he worked at another location and asked me how I liked my job and stuff. At the end of the conversation, I said I was planning on heading out, and he asked me if I wanted to share a cab. I told him no thanks and that I'd driven there. At that point, he asked me for my number before I left. This is something really stupid looking back, but back then, when guys would ask me for my number and I wasn't interested, I would give them a wrong number. It was much easier to do back then because not everyone had cell phones. I did have a cell phone myself, but I rarely used it. I would mostly just use my home phone. Cell phones back then could be quite big and bulky. I gave this guy a random wrong number. Then I shook his hand and walked away. After that, I stayed at the party for 5 more minutes to say goodbye to my friends. I headed out and left the hotel. I went to my car parked out on the street, then drove home. I lived about 10 minutes away from this area, and my house was right outside of the city. The neighborhood was very busy and the houses were really close together. I went inside my home, when only about a minute later, there was a knock on my front door. By now, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. I knew this was really strange. I walked over to the door and answered it without even checking to see who it was. When I opened the door, I saw that guy from the party. It was a real shock to see him there. I asked him what he was doing. He seemed really angry and told me that he'd called my number. It belonged to a random guy who had no idea who I was. He said he knew I gave him the wrong number and asked me why I did it. There wasn't much I could say. I told him to leave me alone. I wasn't interested, and just because I'd given him a wrong number didn't mean he could follow me home. He said a few more angry things to me and then started marching up to my door. He really looked like he was trying to force his way inside of my house. I tried to slam my door shut. He caught it right before it closed, though, and tried to force his way in. I had to practically throw my whole body against the door to get it shut again. I was finally able to do so and locked it after. He kept on trying to open the door, though. He then started pounding on it. I yelled at him that I was going to call the police. At first, he kept trying to find a way in. I didn't think anything was going to stop him. When I went over to the phone, though, he finally stopped and walked away. I watched him leave, and after that night, I never saw him again. I was worried he would show up randomly to my work sometime or something like that, but he didn't. That was the last time I ever gave anybody the wrong number. I remember a few years ago, I was going for a leisurely jog in my quiet suburban neighborhood. It was sometime around dusk, I think. I remember I was just minding my own business when suddenly I made eye contact with a naked man standing about 25 feet off the trail. He began furiously masturbating and then started running after me. Of course, my rational response was to run straight out into the middle of a busy road, stop a car, and jump in. The man continued to chase after me still. I didn't even bother to check who it was driving. I begged a complete stranger to drive me home. I called the police, of course, and they found the naked man soon after. He was caught harassing a 13-year-old girl and telling her he was going to impregnate her. I was on a walk to a park with my wife when I was stopped mid-sentence by an intense feeling of dread. It was just a creeping feeling of evil, like nothing I'd ever felt before. Something was behind us, and my wife felt it too. As I looked back, a small blue truck pulled up, and a guy and 2 dogs got out. The guy looked like he hadn't had a haircut in years, and was wearing some grubby clothes. He kept walking around with dogs in tow. As we continued to try and mind our business, the man kept close attention to us, sticking nearby with his dogs. We sat down on a bench, and he began to wander closer to us. We could hear him mumbling things under his breath to himself, including a bunch of political names. We'd quickly had enough and decided to leave. We were about 2 blocks down the road when suddenly he drove past us. A few minutes later, he drove by again the other way. When we got home, we quickly ducked inside and tried to wait out of sight. I peeked out the window and could see him driving around our neighborhood. I'm pretty sure he was out there looking for us. I locked the door and felt pretty uneasy for a while. When I was younger, me and my friend were walking around our block just being dumb kids. That was when we noticed a white van following behind us. Whichever street we went down, it went down as well, and whenever we stopped, it would stop. It had tinted windows, but we could just barely make out a guy inside watching us. Eventually, we jumped the neighbor's fence and decided to hide in their backyard. To our surprise, instead of just driving away, the guy actually got out of the van and knocked on the neighbor's door. It turned out that nobody was home, so after a while of looking around the property, he finally left. We waited for a while to make sure he was really gone and decided to head back home. We saw him again though on the walk home, and he started following us once more. When we got to my house, we told my stepdad. He was quite angry, obviously. He came outside and tried to take down the guy's plates. As soon as he saw our stepdad, though, he drove off in a real hurry. Haven't seen the man again since that day, and it still freaks me out. I was staying at an Airbnb in a neighboring city. This was over 3 years ago now, and although it wasn't completely necessary for me to rent an Airbnb for the night, I had a potentially important job interview in the morning and preferred not to drive 3 hours at dawn and immediately follow that up with an interview. I drove over at around 4 in the afternoon and arrived around 7 o'clock. The house was in a nice neighborhood, and it looked like any normal city street, with various family-sized homes and the like. I parked in the driveway and went inside, almost having my heart stop when a woman emerged from around the corner and introduced herself to me. I was not expecting to see anyone in the house, so I really had to collect myself before even responding. She said she was staying there for a few days in the other half of the home and thought to introduce herself to keep things from being awkward. I had no idea that this was supposed to be a shared rental, but I returned the favor and introduced myself as well. I went to my room and took my phone out of my pocket. I went to the Airbnb app to see if I'd made some kind of mistake, or if this was some kind of shady ripoff. Before I got the chance to really look at all though, the woman came up to my door and started talking to me again. She asked a lot about me and was really trying to keep the small talk going. I tried to signal that I was not really interested in talking, but she didn't seem to notice or care. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she was trying to flirt with me or something. It was a little bit weird considering I'd just arrived there. It was pretty late in the day, so I was obviously tired. After a couple minutes, she went away, and I had the chance to check the app in full. Nowhere on it did it mention multiple rooms for rent. It just said it was the house itself. The pictures, however, did only show a single room, so it didn't really fully answer my question. I sent a text to the owner asking about it. I was already here though and didn't have the time or energy to make any other arrangements at that point. I was just hoping for a partial refund or something. After my bags were sorted in my room, I went to the kitchen to prepare some of the food I'd bought on the way. Less than a minute went by before the woman came out again and met me in the kitchen. It wasn't until now that I'd taken a better look at her. She was older, I'd say mid-40s. She had tired eyes and messy hair. It looked like she'd either just woken up or had been awake for far too long. She started up another conversation, asking me about myself and telling me about her. It became obvious now to me that she was trying to flirt with me or something. I was only in my early 20s, so this was pretty weird. I didn't want to be rude, especially if we'd be staying here together, but I got more and more weirded out as the conversation progressed. She started giving me the strange smile and asking me if I wanted to see her room. She was being really pushy about it. I insisted that she leave me alone so I could eat my food and go to bed. As I continued to deny her, her smile slowly diminished into a frown. She was starting to get upset at me. Just as the atmosphere was getting particularly creepy, my phone buzzed on the counter. I looked at it, and my stomach tightened. The owner sent me a text. Nobody else should be there. They told me to call the police right away if there was anybody inside. I looked back at the woman, who now had an angry look on her face. I heard a door open from down the hallway, followed by heavy footsteps charging through the home. I left everything and sprinted for the door. I saw a man in the corner of my eye running toward me as I left the property. I ran for my car, getting out of there as fast as I could. By the time the authorities arrived, the man and woman were nowhere to be found. What they would have done had I followed the woman into the room is unknown. Thankfully, and somewhat surprisingly, the belongings I'd left behind were still there. That only concerns me even more, though, about what their real intentions were. This happened to me 3 years ago when I'd moved into a small home. It was only a mile from where I was living before, so I wasn't very unfamiliar with this place at all. It was on the side of town I didn't really go to often though, due to it having a record of crimes and just an overall bad reputation. At the time, I wasn't in a good financial place, so I just had to go with the cheaper places I could afford. That just so happened to be this area. The day I moved in, I didn't talk to or really even see anyone else. I just moved my stuff from the U-Haul into my new place. On the second day, I started the unpacking process by moving the boxes and furniture into the rooms they would be in. Once I got to moving my office furniture, though, I saw something out my window that really caught my attention. There was a man, young and about 25 years old, just standing in my driveway. I watched as he looked at the house and walked into the yard. He was trying to look into my windows from afar. Getting uncomfortable, I left my own window and went downstairs to confront him. When I opened the door and looked outside, though, he was already gone. Not in my yard or driveway, or even on any of the sidewalks. It was like he'd just completely disappeared. I waited to see if he'd come back, but shrugged it off and got back to what I was doing. Yeah, it was weird, but I didn't know what exactly I was supposed to do about that. I got my office set up, then went out to get some lunch before getting back to work on the bedroom by about 8 p.m. I was pretty tired, but I kept on with it for as long as I could manage. Once 10 p.m. rolled around, I was just done for the night. The house was still a mess, but I left it as is, turning off all the lights and climbing into bed. It only took me a few minutes for me to fall asleep. At some point in the night, I woke up. I rolled my head over and looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. I rolled back over and tried to close my eyes, but a muffled sound woke me right back up. I lifted my head and listened in again. I could hear a faint sound coming from downstairs. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. Still in disbelief, I sat up and listened even more intently. A few seconds later, a similar sound came again. I stood from my bed and walked over to the bedroom door, opening it and looking down the hallway. As soon as I opened the door, all the sounds stopped though. I walked out into the hall and over to the staircase. I went down a few steps and looked over the railing, but I didn't see anything. The house was still completely quiet. When I got to the last step, I flicked on the light. At first, everything looked okay. Nothing missing and nobody inside. But then I noticed something out of place. All the furniture and boxes that were against the walls had been pushed away, and behind them there were several carved out portions in the wall. I felt blood rush from my face as I realized that someone had to have broken into my house and may even still be inside. I ran up to my room and called for help. The house remained quiet the whole time. What's more unsettling is the cops couldn't figure out how the intruder had gotten inside or back outside once they arrived, nor did they figure out why the person broke in. The only idea now is that it looks like they were looking for something in the walls. I don't know what, but there was nothing else to go off of. I think back to that man I saw standing outside my home and wonder if he was the one that had broken in. Even 3 years later, though, I still know nothing else about what happened that night. I lived in the same house for my entire life, all the way from childhood through high school, and even most of college as well. When I moved out during my last year of school, it was really weird to be in a different place all of a sudden. I'd rented out an extremely small single-bedroom house all the way on the other side of town. Even though the change of environment was different for me, I still really liked it. On day one, I got a van and moved all my stuff into the new place. I didn't unpack really at all. I just set all the boxes down in the main room and chilled out for the rest of the night. The whole process of finding a place, contacting the owners, signing papers, all of it just left me exhausted, and it felt good to be done with all the hard parts of it. I hooked up the TV and stood it up on a few sturdy boxes, then turned on a show to watch. It was probably around 7 o'clock, so it was still too early for bed. As I sat there and watched with half-open eyes, at some point I began hearing two people talking outside. I lowered the volume on the TV and listened in. It sounded like they were right outside my home, but they were whispering and talking extremely quietly. Whatever they were saying, it was too hard to make out. I got up and walked over to one of the windows, pulling the curtain back a little. As soon as I did, a figure moved past it from the outside. I jumped back a bit, getting startled by them being so close. Suddenly, the voices stopped speaking altogether. Now, though, I could hear a set of footsteps quickly going around the house, and then that stopped too. Just like that, it was completely silent once again. I checked a few more windows before getting back to the couch and continuing on with my show. I was certain I was just being paranoid about living alone for the first time, in a brand new environment. I knew the neighbors' houses were really close by, so I assumed it must have something to do with one of them. I sat there for a while with nothing else happening, and eventually laid down. I was starting to get pretty sleepy, dozing off at around 10 o'clock. When I woke up, the house was completely dark, with the only light coming from the TV screen. I looked at my phone and saw it was 2 a.m. I shut down the TV and laid back down, but just as I was about to close my eyes, a soft creak echoed through the floorboards from somewhere across the room. I immediately shifted my eyes toward that sound. In the doorway across the hall, a figure was staring at me. His eyes were wide open, peering at me with half of his body behind the doorframe. My eyes locked onto them, and for the longest few seconds of my life, we were in a stalemate. All of a sudden, they sprinted out of the doorway and down the unlit hallway. Immediately after, another set of footsteps on the other side of the house ran in the same direction. There were a few soft thuds, then silence. The house was still fully dark, making the entire thing that much more terrifying. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I was in an odd state of panic while being frozen in place as well. Once I managed to collect myself, I dialed 911. I told them what happened in between my shaky breaths. While still on the line with the officer, I got up and turned on the light. All throughout the hallway were scuffed shoe prints, going up and down multiple times. When I turned around and looked back at the living room where I had been sleeping, all over the carpet were those same dirty shoe prints, some even within a few feet of where I'd been sleeping. When the cops showed up, they searched around and took a few samples, but they didn't really get any hard evidence. Even more unnerving, though, they still weren't exactly sure how the intruders got inside the house or outside. I told them about the strange thuds I'd heard from the back of the house, but the windows and door in that area of the home were all still locked. I don't know if they had some way of unlocking and locking them from the outside, but surely that had to be it. While the amount of shoe prints showed they had likely been inside for a long time, going through each room multiple times over, they never actually stole anything. They didn't show any signs of wanting to harm me either. They easily could have while I was sleeping. It all just horrifies me to even think about why they broke in then. Maybe they were looking for someone else. Whatever the case, it's been over 2 years now, and they never came back. This summer in late June, I moved from my apartment into a quaint little home on the outskirts of my city. I was familiar with the area, and had been eyeing the house market for a while, hoping to finally leave my apartment and purchase a home. This one was older and needed some work, but the price and location were great. It was a mile down just off the highway, mostly with trees and grass around. There were a few neighbors within sight as well. The day I moved in, I drove the U-Haul down to the house, and while I was unloading, I noticed someone watching me. They were standing really far off in the tree line, but they were facing me and clearly watching as I moved in. Being so far away, I didn't really see much harm in it. I found it to be kind of strange, sure, but I forgot about them while focusing on getting everything inside the house before dark. I finished up around 6, just as the sun was starting to set. With some time to spare, I went back outside and locked up the back of the U-Haul, then got in and drove it back to drop it off. When I turned the truck on and started driving though, I noticed that same person was still there, now closer to the road. They were still staying near the tree line though. When I passed them, I watched as their head turned, following the truck with their gaze as I drove away. During my drive to the U-Haul shop, I started getting a strange feeling in my gut. Something was really off about that guy. Maybe this wasn't something so innocent after all. I turned in the truck and ordered an Uber back, keeping my eye out as we drove down the driveway. It was probably too dark out by now to see anything though. I'll still note that I couldn't find him anywhere. I got out and went inside, turning on the lights and feeling overwhelmed by the sheer amount of boxes and furniture stacked all throughout the home. It was just past 6:30, so I took a dinner break and then got to unpacking. I spent the whole night organizing what needed to go in storage and what needed to be unpacked. Once I had the pile of boxes for storage, I started taking them up to the attic. I pulled the ladder down and carefully climbed up with one hand. I hauled the box up. Once I got there, it was pitch black, but I could barely see the light bulb reflecting a bit of light from downstairs. I walked over and pulled the string to turn it on. Unsurprisingly, it was very dim and didn't light up more than a couple of feet around it. I set the box down and pushed it up against the wall, then went back down the ladder and into the kitchen, where I'd piled up the other storage boxes. I picked up another, and as I walked over to the stairs, I heard the sound of metal from the upstairs hallway. It was the clear sound of someone climbing down the ladder. I looked up at the staircase, just in time to see a man appear at the top looking down at me. He started to run down the stairs at full speed. I turned to get out through the front door, and I could hear his footsteps rapidly approaching behind me. I ran out to my car and jumped in. I locked the doors just as he slammed up against it and began furiously trying to open it. After a few failed attempts, he tried to punch at the window, then took off running toward the tree line when that failed as well. I was completely terrified. I called the cops. Of course, they didn't find too much, but guessed he might have been staying in the attic for a few days, based on a few blankets that were up there. I don't know the whole truth, and I likely never will. Just thinking about how I was up in the attic while he was hiding somewhere in the dark, just a few feet out of sight from me, is terrifying. He did chase me, so I'm pretty sure he was not just a harmless person hiding out. What exactly he would have done had he caught me, though, is a question best left unanswered. I'm a woman, and this story happened about 2 years ago now. I switched jobs around that time, after working in one office building for about a year and a half. There was a better job opportunity for me, so I decided to take it. Now, the first office I had worked in was not a bad job at all. I liked my coworkers, and there were quite a few people that occupied the building. When I started my new job, though, I liked it even more. Not long after starting, one day I got a text from one of my old coworkers though. It was a man named Jeremy. Jeremy worked in that office and would occasionally talk to me. We didn't interact a whole lot though. He was nice with me, but it always seemed as though he was a little bit weird and creepy around several other people in the office. It was just his personality, and some of the things he would say and do were kind of strange and unsettling at times. He texted me asking me to hang out. It was kind of out of nowhere, and I didn't really know why he would do that, since we weren't exactly friends per se. I wasn't sure how to respond. Before I even had the chance to do anything though, he sent me another text immediately. I guess he thought I took too long to reply, because he accused me of ignoring him. I had seen the text but not yet responded. I messaged back and told him I would not be available to hang out with him anytime soon. He asked me why not, and I said I was busy settling in with work and stuff. He didn't respond for a few days after that, and I mostly forgot about it. Honestly, I didn't really think I'd ever hear from him again. Then he called me on my cell phone one day though. I was not expecting it and didn't answer the call. It was sometime at night and I wasn't expecting anyone to call me, so I usually ignored those sorts of things. He did leave me a message though. I remember when playing it I got really creeped out. In the message he was talking to me about how he knew I wasn't too busy to hang out with him. He knew that I didn't even have work the previous day, and I hadn't gone anywhere. He was actually right. I had the day off and hadn't gone anywhere. But how the hell did he know that? I realized that he must have somehow driven by my house or something, or had some way to spy on me. Of course, I directly confronted him, asking him how he even knew that at all. I remember right after I sent that text, I saw 3 dots indicating he was typing. This went on for quite a long time, and then it disappeared altogether. He didn't respond after that. I started to pay more attention to the outside when I was home. The next night, shortly after getting back home from work, I noticed a suspicious car parked on the side of the road. It was in the one corner which had a really good view of my home. I couldn't see who was inside the car or who was driving or anything. It was too far away, but it was certainly suspicious. Nothing else weird happened for a few nights. Eventually though, I received another phone call from Jeremy, this time at 1 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, I did not hear or see this until the next morning, because I had already long since gone to bed. He did not leave a message this time. I asked him why the hell he was calling me at 1 a.m. and why was he being so weird to me all of a sudden. He didn't respond, so I decided to just block him. Maybe I should have done that long before, but I figured he would at least give me some sort of explanation or something, since we were acquaintances. For the next couple of days, everything was perfectly normal. One day though, I got back home sort of late for work. Afterwards, I was just planning to go right to bed. I was really tired. About 20 minutes after arriving back at my house though, I heard a knock at the front door. I walked over and looked out to see Jeremy standing there. Foolishly, I was still under the impression I could talk to him and be clear that I wanted him to just leave me alone. As soon as I opened the door though, Jeremy rushed inside and grabbed me. We struggled for a bit before I managed to slip free of his grasp. It all happened so fast, it's kind of a blur in my memory. All I remember is him charging at me, and then somehow me being outside and running away from the house. It was my first instinct for some reason. Of course, Jeremy chased after me. I ran through my front yard and into the street, then into my neighbor's yard. Surprisingly, Jeremy actually stopped chasing me. When he got to the street, I saw he ran in a different direction. He ran the corner and got inside a car and drove away. I rushed back inside and called the police. They came out a short time later. I told them everything I could about Jeremy. Long story short, I got a restraining order against him, and he hasn't tried to bother me since. I work at a 24-hour drive-thru restaurant, and this happened only a few weeks ago. I'm a crew manager, but for the most part, I just do the same things everyone else does, which is cook and take orders. For overnight hours, we always have at least 2 people, one being a manager and the other usually being a cook. On this night, the cook had called in sick, and when I called the others to see if anyone could cover a shift, none of them said they could. By 12 a.m., I was the only worker there. Now, usually the restaurant doesn't get busy overnight, and more employees come in at 4 a.m. anyway, so it wasn't an entire shift alone. Still, it did mean that for 4 hours I had to do everything myself. I left my headset on just in case someone came to the drive-thru and started working on all the tasks that had to be done for the night. I started by scraping and cleaning the stovetops, but a few minutes in I was interrupted by a banging sound from the front of the restaurant. I walked down and looked over the counter, seeing a man standing at the front door and banging on it. He pressed his face up against the glass and looked inside, scanning the whole room before his eyes set on me. I walked over to the door, and he stared at me. As I got closer, he backed up and waited, like he thought I was going to open it for him. I yelled through the glass that our dining area was closed for the night, and that he needed to use the drive-thru if he wanted to order something. He looked confused, so I yelled again that the doors were locked, and he had to use the drive-thru. He showed no response at that time, not giving me any indication whether he understood me or not. I just turned around and walked back to the kitchen. I figured he'd get the hint at some point that the doors were not opening. I continued working on the stovetops, spending at least 20 minutes on them. Throughout that time, I had gone once to check the front to see if the man had actually left. From what I could see, he was gone. The whole parking lot was empty, and the man was not at the door any longer. A couple of minutes after finishing up with the stoves, I got an alert from my headset. Someone was in the drive-thru. I turned on my mic and asked for their order while walking to the window, but nobody said anything. When I got to the window, I immediately saw on the camera that there was not a car anywhere out there. I looked around the screen and didn't see any movement either. I initially ignored it and started walking back. As I got to the back room though, I slowed to a stop when I thought I heard something. I stood in place and listened as footsteps slowly walked above me on the roof of the building. They were careful steps, not making much sound aside from the roof creaking. I had no doubt there was someone up there though. I followed the sound of their steps with my stare, moving down the ceiling until I saw the ladder leading to the maintenance hatch. That's when I realized what they were doing. I sprinted over to the ladder and started looking for some sort of lock to keep it from opening. I'd never even used it though, so I had no clue how it worked or if it even locked at all. There was a loud creak from the ceiling directly above me, and a few thuds came from outside the hatch. A moment passed, and the hatch creaked open slightly. Through the small gap, I could see a set of eyes staring in at me. I sprinted for the front of the building, hearing loud thuds from where the hatch was. I quickly unlocked the door and ran for my car. I called the police as well. As I sat inside and frantically looked through the restaurant windows while on the phone, I could see a shadow moving by the front counter. A man then emerged, standing in the far back of the restaurant. He was clearly looking in my direction. After a moment, he turned and disappeared behind the kitchen. When the police arrived, they searched inside and outside, going onto the roof as well. It seemed the man had already fled. Nothing from the place was missing. No equipment or money was taken. Nothing. He just broke in through the ceiling and left. But it's hard not to come to the conclusion that he was there specifically for me. Like I said, this happened pretty recently, so there's still not much of an update on it. Even with his face on the cameras, there's still yet to be a confirmed identity. The owner of the building added a padlock to the inside of the hatch though, which should have been done before, but I guess it was just an inconvenience. I still worry about the man's intentions, if he could be watching and waiting for me to be alone again to do whatever it is he wanted to do before. I'm a woman and my name is Jessica. This occurred 2 years ago now. One day I got a new text on my phone. It said, "Hey, is this Jessica?" I didn't know who it was, but it possibly could have been someone I knew. I responded by saying yes and asked whose number this was. The person said his name was JT, and that was it. Thing is, I didn't know any JTs. I tried to think of anybody I knew with those initials, but I couldn't think of anyone. I texted back, "Do I know you?" JT responded by asking if he could come over. I texted back this JT guy and asked him how he knew me once more. When I said that, he didn't respond. Needless to say, I was very confused by this whole thing. This guy clearly had the right number and knew who I was, but I had no clue who he could possibly be. I worked in the city and lived in a pretty populated area about 10 minutes away from there, but I saw lots of people on a daily basis. I was positive I did not know this guy. It was weird that he seemed to know exactly who I was. After he didn't answer his question as to how he knew me, it was even more suspicious. I blocked him right away. I didn't hear from him for the rest of the night. The next day, I got up and went to work as usual. Like I said, I worked in the city, so I would park my car in the street and walk over to the office. Everything was going normal for the workday. When it got to be an hour or so until I was off though, I checked my phone. There was another new text on it from a different number. "Why did you block me?" Of course I knew who it was right away. It had to be this mysterious JT. I asked him why he kept texting me. He said he'd been trying to reach me and nothing was going through, so he realized he was blocked. He said he just wanted to talk to me. Then he said this, "I'm waiting for you at your car right now. I know you get off work soon." He was right, but how on earth did he know this? I had no clue. I blocked that number as well. I was hoping it was some sort of crazy joke or something, but I knew there was no way that was likely. When I got off work that day, I left the office and was very careful. What if this guy JT was actually waiting for me at my car? I walked back to my vehicle, which took a few minutes. I got within view of it, but was still a long ways away. I could see there really was a man standing nearby on the sidewalk. I stopped where I was and kept watching him. I was trying to determine whether this was just some random guy or if it was that JT guy. He wasn't walking away and was looking around all over. I didn't recognize him at all. When he looked over in my direction, he made eye contact with me. I looked away. I saw him start walking over to me immediately. He was a long ways away, but I knew I needed to get out of there right now. I started walking down the sidewalk in the opposite direction as quickly as I could. I made it a few blocks and saw a grocery store. I ran inside, hoping JT hadn't seen me go in. There were a decent amount of people out walking on the sidewalks and stuff, so there was a good chance he hadn't realized I'd gone in there. I walked around the grocery store for a few minutes, looking around because I wasn't really sure what to do. I was hoping not to see JT anywhere. I noticed a police officer who just happened to be in the grocery store. I approached the officer and told him of my situation. He said he could walk to my car with me and see if this JT was still out there. We left the grocery store and I kept my eyes out for JT, but we didn't see him at all. Thankfully, I made it back to my car safely and was then able to drive home. I was glad I'd made it back. However, JT had gotten away. He still knew where I worked and my schedule. I just hoped that he didn't know where I lived now. I lived in an apartment up on the 5th floor during this time. It was a pretty typical one-bedroom place. That night, I felt incredibly unsettled when about 10 p.m. there was a knock on my door. I knew who it had to be right away. It must be JT. I instantly grabbed my phone and called the police. I didn't even bother to look out the peephole or anything. I was that confident it was him. A few minutes later, he knocked on the door again. I didn't answer. I got another text on my phone from yet another new number. "Open the door. I know you're home." I didn't reply. I just hoped the police would get there soon. 10 minutes went by. I was in my bedroom hiding and listening for any sounds. JT was not knocking anymore. I figured he might have left, but suddenly I heard some voices from the hallway. I realized the police must have arrived. I went to the door and looked out, and sure enough, JT was still there. He was talking to them. They got him to go away, and I also got a restraining order against him. Thankfully, after that night, I haven't seen him since, and I also haven't received any more texts from him. When I was in high school, I was taking some sort of exam in the city, downtown Cleveland. It was some kind of aptitude exam or something, I think. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that during the break, I stepped outside to have a cigarette. I was 18 at the time, so this was fine. I was the only one out there, which was a bit unusual. Usually there would be a group of people, or at least one other person smoking. So I'm kinda standing there minding my own business, when all of a sudden this homeless guy rounds the corner and looks right at me. He walked right up to me and started to talk to me about how he was Jesus. It wasn't anything I'd never heard before, so I just kind of agreed with him and started to walk down the street. I wanted to get some food anyway after I was done with my smoke, and I wanted to get away from this guy. All of a sudden, he just started freaking out. He screamed at me that he was Jesus and the chosen one, and that I would obey him right now. Obviously, this really freaked me out. It was broad daylight, too. I started running for my life into the nearest restaurant with people, all the while he chased after me. When I got inside, I pointed out the window with the manager to the guy who was still there. The man saw me and started banging against the window, still screaming about how he was Jesus. The manager called the police, but the guy was already gone long before they got there. My wife told me this story. She was home alone as a teenager, except for her 5-year-old brother. They lived on the side of a hill in the middle of nowhere. At some point, she saw a strange man walking past her window. She hid with her little brother while he tried the different doors and windows to see if any were unlocked. He kept looking in through the different windows, so she kept having to take her brother to different parts of the house to remain unseen. Fortunately, her neighbor from down the road noticed the guy's truck near the house and yelled up the drive at him to get away. He took off after. A couple of years later, she was home alone yet again. It was Halloween and she was supposed to give out candy, except you'd have to be crazy to let your kids trick-or-treat on the winding back roads they lived on. She was in the living room when she suddenly got the very strong sense someone was watching her from the steps leading downstairs. She was terrified but thought she was just creeping herself out. That is, until she saw all their dogs were staring toward the same spot and cowering. She called them and they stayed behind her in the corner for a couple hours until the feeling suddenly passed. Later, she talked to her little brother and he told her about this imaginary friend. Apparently, he lived in the closet underneath the stairs. He said that his friend was mean to him sometimes and that he didn't want to be near his closet after dark. She told me all this for the first time while I was house-sitting with her for her mom. It was super creepy, but apparently nothing like that ever happened again. Several years ago, I was traveling for work by myself. I was on a bit of a road trip, which went through several different states. On the way back home, I was passing through some of South Dakota, where I had never been to before. I knew Mount Rushmore was somewhere around there, so I decided to go a little out of the way and take a view of it. I followed the directions to the park. I remember that I got there sometime in the afternoon. It was a little bit on the later side. I didn't have a lot of control over that though. There was still enough daylight left that I should still get to see the park. It has a few different parking lots, and some are on different levels. I went to one lot that was on the top. There was a very quiet road with some trees on either side. There were a decent amount of other cars in the parking lot when I got there, but it wasn't packed or anything. After parking, I got out and walked over to the park. It wasn't that far of a walk, actually. I soon was able to see the mountain, and most of the other people were over there as well. I stayed in that area for a while, admiring the view and taking a lot of pictures. A large quantity of people started to head out not long after I got there though, and before I knew it, I was one of the only people left in the area. The sun was swiftly setting as well. I decided to go back and hit the road. I left the park and walked back out to the parking lot. I remember that as I was walking over, I didn't really see anybody else around. It had seemed that most of the other people were going to the other lots on the other sides. When I reached the lot, my car was one of probably less than 10 that were still there. As I was walking, something caught my eye. I also heard a noise coming from across the quiet road, just inside the wooded area. What I'd seen was a tree branch barely moving. I didn't really see anything else. I thought that there might be some kind of wild animal there. There were a lot of wild animals in that area, so I stopped and kept watching. I didn't see anything further. I was just about to continue when I saw a man step out. Of course, I thought this was weird, but what was even more strange was that the man started immediately moving toward me, and he was moving fast too. I started to walk faster and soon made it to my car. When I was unlocking it and getting inside, I noted that the man was now sprinting in my direction. I started to panic a little. That made me get into the car even faster. When I had it all closed up, I immediately started the engine and began driving away. The man did not have the opportunity to reach my car. I looked around to try and see where he was, and just barely noticed him slipping out of sight of the parking lot a ways away. I drove around to the exit, and then went out onto one of the quiet roads. The roads went through a sort of woods-like area leading out of the park. You had to go pretty slow on them because they were so winding. I was driving slowly down this road when about halfway to the park's exit, I saw the man emerging from the woods. He must have found a shortcut and really ran there or something. He ran straight out into the middle of the street. When I saw him, I had to slow down even further. However, I was able to slip around him and avoid impacting him. He just kind of stared at me as I passed by. I soon left the park. After that, I called and reported him for his suspicious behavior. I'm not sure who that guy was or what his specific plans were, but I'm sure it was nothing good. This story takes place when I went to Yellowstone National Park with some friends. Obviously, the park is massive, and there are hiking trails that you can go on. That's what my group was going to be doing on the day this story took place. We spent a total of 3 days in the area beforehand, and this was the final day there. There were 7 of us total, so a decent group of people. We started hiking on one of the trails. I don't recall exactly which one it was, but it went through a lot of woods and by some streams and things like that. It was one of the best trails that I've ever been on, and I was really enjoying the experience. My group soon got really split up though. Everybody was kind of going at their own pace. Some people would stay back and look at something, while others kept on walking further ahead. I was one of the people that found myself getting caught in the back for a while. It was just me and 2 other people, with all of the others out of sight. We didn't think too much of it though. At one point, I stopped to observe a stream. I thought that the other 2 were also stopping with me and looking at something, but I soon realized they didn't stop at all. They just kept on walking, so now I was all by myself at the very back. Still, that wasn't that big of a deal. I thought I could catch right back up to them easily. I started walking on the path again, and walked at a faster pace so I would catch up with them. After the stream, the trail went through a more dense patch of woods. It was not that long into that portion when I heard a strange noise up ahead. I couldn't be sure exactly what it was. Needless to say, I was very surprised when a woman suddenly emerged from the woods. I was confused by this. I didn't recognize her at all, and she was obviously not one of our group. She walked out kind of in front of me, and then asked me if I could help her with something. I asked her what was going on. She said that her friend needed some help, and then told me to follow her. She started walking back into the woods. I noticed she was following a very small trail leading deeper in. It didn't look like any kind of real trailhead. It was either an animal trail or had been caused by the woman walking back there. I didn't know what the situation was with her friend needing help, but I followed her out into the woods. It was pretty thick in there. We were going over rocks and tall grass. The visibility was not good at all. I kept following her, farther and farther into these woods. This went on for close to 5 minutes. I couldn't believe how far in we were going. It made me wonder why she was so far back here in the first place. Finally, we came upon a tiny clearing. The woman entered it, and I was about to as well. I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, though. There were 2 large men standing at the sides. They were wearing old white hockey goalie masks, the creepy-looking ones. That was enough to make me instantly turn around and start running back. There was no friend needing help that I could see, or anything of the sort. Just 2 men laying in wait in masks. I didn't even think about it. I was just running as fast as I could. I was getting smacked by tree branches, scraping myself on rocks. I could hear somebody running after me. This caused me to go even faster. I'm not sure who was chasing me. If it was one of them or all of them. Nobody was saying anything. We were just running for a while. I didn't stop, and luckily I was in pretty good shape. I run daily for exercise, so I was able to not have to stop at all until I got back to the regular trail. By that point, I didn't really hear them still chasing after me. When I made it back to the trail, I ran in the direction my friends had gone. Just moments later, I saw one of them coming back in my direction. My friend had been looking all over for me and asked what was going on. I told her to keep moving, and we both jogged for a while. When I was absolutely sure we were not being chased or followed, I slowed down and told her the whole story. We decided to report it to the park rangers, but the phone signal was kind of going in and out. It took a while before we could get contact with them. We later caught up with the rest of the group, and I didn't let them out of my sight after that. For the rest of my time at Yellowstone, I didn't see those strangers again. I don't know exactly what was going on there. I'm hoping it was nothing too serious, but I don't really have an explanation for what happened. This happened several months ago. I was at a national park that I had gone to by myself. I enjoy hiking as a hobby, and I don't live all that far away from this area. I went there often and hiked on some of the many trails they have. I remember on this particular day, I ended up getting over 30,000 steps total. By that time, I was done and heading back. I was pretty tired, honestly. The trail I'd hiked on connected to a parking lot that was usually pretty quiet. It was surrounded by mostly woods. When I got back to it, the sun was setting already. I went back to my car and got inside. At the time I did that, my car was the only one in the entire lot. As I got inside, I briefly went on my phone. I was texting back with some of my friends because I hadn't had my phone on for most of the day. I should have left right away, but for some reason I chose not to. I was just kind of relaxing on my phone for a few minutes. I was looking down at my screen, not paying attention to my surroundings. Out of nowhere, I suddenly heard a knocking coming from my passenger side window. I looked over and didn't see anyone there. I was very confused and also a bit creeped out. I kept on looking, but there was nobody there. I looked around the entire parking lot. It was not very well lit at all, and it was dark out now. I still couldn't see anyone outside. I sat up and leaned over to look out of my passenger's window, and when I did, I could just barely see someone crouched down outside. Whoever it was pressed up right against the bottom of my passenger side door. Then they tried to open the door. I heard the door handle being grabbed. Thankfully, I'd remembered to lock it when I got inside. When that happened, I immediately put my car in drive and slammed the gas pedal. I started to drive away immediately. As I did so, the person stood up from their hiding place. I could see that it was a big man, but beyond that I couldn't really tell anything about him. To my surprise, he didn't even give up as I tried driving away. He tried to run alongside my car for several moments, grabbing onto the handle and trying to keep a hold of it. As I started to go faster, he finally let go. I saw him in my rearview mirror, standing in the middle of the parking lot. I left and went back out onto the road. Once I was there, I dialed 911 and reported that suspicious man. After that, I was able to make it home without further incident. Since then, I haven't been back to that park. I don't know who that guy was or why he was doing that. It was extremely bizarre. I'm hoping that nothing like that ever happens again, though. During October in our town, there's always this place that opens up with a bunch of fall and Halloween-related things to do. It's like a huge fair that's set up on a farmland. I've been there a couple times with my family when I was younger, but this was my first time I'd gone alone with just some friends. We were all in high school and thought it would be fun to walk around and have a few laughs together while we enjoyed all the Halloween vibes. The place was open pretty late the entire week leading up to Halloween, so we went on one of those weekday nights at around 8 p.m. I guess we chose an odd time of day, though. Most of the families that would usually be there had already left, and there were only a few groups of kids our age running around the area. Regardless, we had a lot of fun. We played some of the random games they had set up and messed around a bit. One of my friends then said we should check out the corn maze. None of us hesitated to run in and try to get as lost as possible. That was until we somehow managed to split into two groups. 3 of them ran off one way, and I was left with just my buddy Micah. Seeing as it was a maze, there was no use in trying to chase after the others. We went our own way for a few minutes, then started trying to find the way back out. During our 10 or so minutes that we spent walking around, we never heard or ran into any of the others from the group. That made us really wonder just how big was this maze actually. At some point, we started getting pretty tired of it. We really started trying to find the way out. Whenever there were multiple paths, we would even split up and check if it were a dead end, then meet back up and go down whichever one we thought was the best. On one of these random crossroads, though, Micah didn't come back. I waited for a long time, at least 2 or 3 minutes without hearing or seeing from him. Suddenly, I heard footsteps coming from further down the path. I waited for Micah to reappear, but something about those footsteps didn't seem quite right. A moment later, a large man came around the corner and walked right up to me. He was wearing farmer-type clothes, overalls, a flannel shirt and boots. He looked like all the other employees at the fair. He said it was closing time for the night, and he would take me out of the maze. I told him my friends were still in there as well. He said he'd already shown them out, which made everything else make sense now. I followed him, going around multiple turns and corners. Strangely enough, though, the sounds of the fair started to get quieter and quieter until I couldn't hear them at all anymore. It was just me and this man walking through a dead silent corn maze. Eventually, we reached a dead end. I stopped and watched the man pull aside the corn and start pushing his way through it. He urged me to come through with him. I did as he said, walking through it and following closely behind him until the corn abruptly stopped altogether and it turned into a large empty field. I looked around. I realized this was completely on the other side, opposite of the town fair. Right in front of me was a car parked in the grass with its engine running and its headlights off. My breathing became shallow, and my heart rate started increasing. Out of nowhere, the man turned around instantly and jumped at me to grab me. I was able to react fast enough to move away and start running back into the maze. I sprinted back onto the path. I could hear the man barreling his way through the corn behind me, following right behind me. I started going straight through all of it, just trying to get back to the fair. Hopefully, someone would be able to help me. This seemed to work, as the man never quite caught up to me. When I made it out, the whole friend group was standing at the entrance, apparently waiting for me. It's not really clear exactly what happened, but Micah said that when he came back for me, I was already gone. None of them saw the man, and almost didn't believe me. That was until I called the police, and they found those tire tracks in the grass. The car and the man were nowhere to be seen, though. This is a story of the last time I stayed in a hotel. It happened over this past summer. I was staying in a hotel a little ways outside of a major city. The hotel itself was decent, and I would say rather nicer than most I remember. After I got there, I checked into my room, and then left almost immediately after. I was out for several hours, until a little bit later at night. I finally returned back to my hotel at around 10 p.m. I think. My room was on the second floor, and after I got back up to it, I realized that I couldn't seem to find my key. I quickly found out that I didn't have it on me. Apparently, I had lost it somewhere. I went back downstairs to the front desk and was able to get another one. I went back up and entered my room. I was pretty tired and decided to just go to bed. I got ready and fell asleep within just 20 minutes. Unfortunately, I was not able to sleep for very long though. The next thing I remember, was waking up to what sounded like my doorknob turning, or something like that. Needless to say, I was immediately confused. Then I heard the sound of the door starting to open. I had no idea why that would be happening. They wouldn't clean my room at almost midnight. I looked over, but I couldn't see the door because of where I was in bed. The bathroom was at the front of the room, so there was a little hallway I couldn't see around the corner. As I got up, I heard the door closing. Moments later, I walked over to where I could see, but nobody seemed to be there. I realized that somebody had just tried to enter my room and then stopped for some reason. I couldn't figure out why, though. I didn't know who would do that. I was really creeped out by this situation. I walked over to the door and looked out the peephole. I still saw nobody around. I figured whoever it was had walked away. I was going to go back to bed. When I turned to my left, I faced the bathroom for just a second. All the lights in my room were off, except for a little lamp by my bed. It was really dark because of this, but there was just enough light to see a little bit inside the bathroom. I could see there was somebody hiding in there. Whoever it was looking right at me. Instantly, I turned back and opened up my door, then ran out of the room and into the hallway. I ran down the stairs and back to the lobby. Once I was in the lobby, I told the person at the front desk that a stranger was in my room. They went back up with me, but once we got there, the person was already gone. After that, I decided to get a new room. I moved all my stuff. Luckily, they had an open room on the 3rd floor. The rest of the night was perfectly fine. I have no idea who that person was. I realize now that I probably dropped my keys somewhere in the hotel, maybe somewhere around it possibly. This person probably picked it up and then could get access to my room. For some reason, they went into the bathroom instead of just walking right into my room. That's where they were hiding when I saw them. I'm really glad that I decided to switch rooms after that. And I'm also glad I happened to notice that person in that split second when I did. Back in the early 2000s, the old elementary school sat abandoned at the edge of my hometown for months before renovations began. And by renovations, I mean completely tearing the whole thing down and building a new school on top of its corpse. Kind of a morbid metaphor for an elementary school, but it's the most accurate one. Now, something I've got to confess. It was my old elementary school. I was a little bit sad and mad they were going to tear it down. After all, I'd graduated from there and moved on to middle school. In the summer between 6th and 7th grade, I made a plan with my good buddy Troy to have one last expedition to our old haunt. We already knew that was illegal, okay, so don't feel the need to lecture me about it now. The plan was simple: sneak into the school at night and explore every inch of the place, especially the nooks and crannies we weren't allowed to go when it was open, like the teacher's lounge and the kitchen. Troy told me he wanted to see if he could nab some leftover desserts from the freezer. I was pretty sure they had already cleared everything out, and even if they hadn't, I wasn't sure it would be safe to eat. But I wasn't about to crush his little dreams. I wanted to see what happened behind the scenes in the office. Kind of lame, I know. Pretty soon, the first few weeks of summer flew right by, and the night of the plan finally came at the end of June. Being the sneaky 12-year-olds we were, we said we were planning on spending the night at each other's houses, but instead met up at the local gas station just down the street from the school. The building loomed as large as a mountain on the horizon to us. It was familiar, but also alien feeling. With our hearts pounding, we ran with each other to the edge of the playground. The entire school was surrounded by a very short chain-link fence that me and Troy used to climb all the time. so it was no sweat getting over it now. We played on the swings, the rope climbing thing, and the jungle gym, just like we did in the good old days. Which, were only a couple of months ago, but whatever. Troy did a few fancy flips and jumps off the swing, while I went head first down all the slides. Basically anything we'd normally get in trouble for at recess. I still remember the cold metal ridges catching my shirt and sliding over my stomach as I hurled to the ground over and over. Eventually, though, we got bored of the kiddie playground stuff and started searching for a way inside the school. Obviously, the doors were locked, so we started messing with the first floor windows. Looking to see if there were any other way inside. Eventually, I picked up a rock to break one, but Troy quickly stopped me. He said we didn't want to get in too much trouble if we were caught. On second thought, neither of us wanted to crawl in through broken glass either. We soon found that we didn't need to force our way in anyway. A window had been left open after all. One leading right into the library. The space behind the window was nearly pitch black, except for the tiny reflections of moonlight off of book jackets along a shelf. Neither of us moved for a moment. In all our plan making, our tiny minds never thought the inside of our old school would be so creepy when it was empty. Neither of us thought it would take much gusto to take the first step inside, but there we were, frozen in front of the open window. For the first time, I really thought of just how much trouble we'd be in if someone caught us going in. I pictured a spotlight turned on us and police cruisers pulling up in full force. I know that's kind of irrational for something so minor as trespassing kids, but that's just how kids are when they're young. It was exactly that fear that broke the trance and pushed me to start climbing through the window. And Troy tried to say something, but since I was already halfway in, he knew there was no going back. He kept quiet as he followed behind me. The windowsill was very dusty under my hands. The library carpet sent a cluster of dust right into my face. Who knew just how dirty a place could get after a month of disrepair? I heard Troy cough behind me, and I said sorry. Our voices echoed throughout the quiet library. We looked over the library quickly. That wasn't our main goal anyway. We headed out into the darkened hallway. Troy turned on his flashlight. Once he was sure there was no one milling about. The rows of lockers lit up in the darkness kind of looked like a setting in a horror movie, honestly. I kind of wanted to test and see if my old combination for my lock worked, but Troy punched my arm and challenged me to another race to the cafeteria. We ran down the empty hall. It was so freeing, being able to do all this on school grounds with no teachers to stop us. The cafeteria doors were wide open. Troy grabbed the door frame as he swung into the room. When I reached him, he was dead quiet though. I stopped to catch my breath, but he didn't brag or even say anything like usual. I finally looked at him to ask what was wrong. My mouth dried up when I saw his face. He looked paler than normal, and his mouth was opening and closing like a fish. I asked him what was wrong. He just pointed his flashlight toward one of the lunch tables. I was not prepared to see someone squatting down behind one and staring at us with these insanely crazy eyes. I didn't stick around to get any more details. I could see the guy was older and was holding some sort of syringe. I screamed as he stood up, and we both started to run. I'm not proud to say this, but I nearly shoved Troy to the ground to get out faster. Picture two 12-year-old boys swan diving out an open window, and from there booking it back to Troy's house. That's how scared we were of that guy. We spent the next few days talking everything over. The old guy was probably just a squatter of some sort, and didn't plan on hurting us, but we couldn't entirely be sure. He really looked crazy. We sure as heck didn't want to tell anyone and get in trouble, so we resolved to leave the whole situation behind us. I don't know if the delay in renovation was due to problems with people squatting inside the school, but I can imagine there's a good chance it was part of the problem. I never went back, not even to visit the new school when it was up and running. I, 21 and female, used to live in a really bad neighborhood when I was a kid. Drive-by shootings were not uncommon. Rapes had happened in surrounding houses while we lived there, and before we even moved, we also found out that the sweet man across the street was a registered sex offender. Obviously not a great place for children to be walking around alone, right? True. But if you have a 70-pound good boy that's completely dedicated to protecting you, it's somewhat doable. My mom, little brother in his stroller, me, and Spanky the good boy went for a walk around the neighborhood. It was about 2 blocks to go to the community pool. I, like most 6-year-olds, wanted to wander ahead with my dog. He was always gentle when I held the lead and walked close to me. As we were nearing the pool, there was a stretch of hedges that lined the walkway to the pool entrance. Spanky was walking ahead of me, about 3 feet or so. He sniffed towards a bush and came to a sudden stop. He began posturing and growling deeply, baring his teeth at this random bush. He had never growled like this before, and to me it was horrifying to see my best buddy like this. I tried to walk around him, but he turned the back end of his body to block me, his eyes still fixated on that bush. I tried again, and he blocked my path once more. My mom was about 4 houses behind, so she hadn't noticed this strange behavior yet. I could see the bush starting to move, and I took a step back. "Mom, I think Spanky found a kitty." I started to take a step towards the bush, but was knocked over completely by Spanky. I was crying on the ground. Scraped elbow, no biggie, but it got my mom running. Exactly at that moment, a man emerged from within the bush and took off running. When Spanky knocked me over, it made me drop his leash, so he immediately booked it after the guy. About 300 feet away, Spanky caught up with him and made some sickening contact with the guy's ankles and forearms. I've heard a lot of screams on TV and movies, but I had never heard such a blood-curdling scream as this before. My mom pulled me close and pulled out her phone, fingers shaking. While she was on the phone with 911, I could hear the man screaming, "Get him off me!" When the police arrived, they asked for a full version of events, and my mom and I gave details best we could. Mainly her, because 6-year-olds aren't great at descriptions, of course. Spanky was sitting very happily at our feet after the officers and my mom had removed him from the man's arm. The guy was taken away in cuffs. After a quick checkup in the ambulance, they found out he was fine, just a few real good bites. About 10 years later, I asked my mother about it. When I was looking through some old photo albums, I saw a picture of me and Spanky playing in the backyard. She sighed and said, "Oh, you know what happened. We don't need to talk about it." Well, yeah, but why would he attack some random homeless guy? My mom made a really confused face. I said, "What? That's what happened, right?" "I guess I can tell you now. I didn't want to tell you back then because I didn't want to worry you. The man who Spanky pulled out of that bush had been spotted peeking into the houses in the neighborhood that had kids. It was the same guy that was hiding in the backyard when you had that sleepover at your friend's house. He had a knife he dropped when he ran from the bush. The police thought he might have bbeen canvassing the neighborhood before he decided who to take. If it wasn't for Spanky, it might have been you. So yeah, basically this guy was a pedophile that had been spending weeks at night creeping into people's backyards that he knew had children. Most likely he'd even done worse before. I live 300 miles from there now, and I could still not handle coming up to that stupid hedge if I tried. About 2 years ago, I was long-distance dating a guy who was my first love. He loved me too, but unfortunately, due to the long distance and his addiction problems, we had to break it off in the end. As most people react, when their first relationship or love ends, they enter weeks of depression or denial. I had trouble sleeping for at least a month. This caused me to be late to work almost every day, and as a result, I received a warning that if I didn't fix my attendance issue, I would soon be let go. I immediately forced myself to try and occupy my time with freelance illustration and really attempted to go to bed early. The first couple of days, it was pretty rough, but I kept at it still. The first night I remember getting work done and sleeping on time was actually the night this happened. Quick backstory. My roommate and I lived in a house separated into 2 separate living spaces. One for our friends that rented the upstairs, and one for us downstairs. I figured I should mention this because our windows, for example, were very easily accessible and unfortunately did not have locks. We also had a backyard that was fenced off, but like the windows, the fence door was also lock-free. Now on to what happened. I was asleep, but due to being a light sleeper, I easily awoke. When I did so this time, I could see lights coming in through the blinds of my bedroom window. Luckily, my bed was right adjacent to it, so they didn't see me. I was still a little foggy from being sleep-deprived, but I forced myself up. I could hear whispering voices coming from the people who appeared to be holding flashlights. There had to be at least 3 of them. They were all wearing all black and began to move toward the fence in our backyard. I immediately began to feel so emotional at being woken up that my body kind of went into autopilot. I grabbed my phone and a box cutter. I work at Trader Joe's, where we had to use them every day. I woke my roommate up as well. I dialed 911 and handed him the phone to tell the police some people were attempting to break in. My amazing roommate seemed to understand immediately, despite having been so suddenly shaken awake. I angrily pounded my way to the kitchen, where we had a huge window looking into the backyard. My adrenaline really started pumping as I saw the strangers making their way through the fence. Their flashlights were bobbing everywhere. It was this moment that triggered me into a fit of tears, not the cute one drop going down my cheek kind, but the kind where rivers of tears came down my face, making it difficult to even see. I mean, my boyfriend who I loved left me, I hadn't been able to sleep, the job I loved was threatening to fire me, and now here are these assholes waking me up and trying to invade our home. They began to look through our backyard shed, which like idiots we hadn't attached a padlock to. Inside happened to be a bike my dad had bought for me. One of the intruders made their way to our back door. When through my fit of tears and anger, I beat him to it. I flicked the lights on and swung open the door. The stranger was right in front of me and jumped backward in surprise. I immediately extended the box cutter and started screaming at them. How dare they try to rob someone who was barely keeping it together? I guess the sight of me must have really scared them, because after a couple of moments of them looking at me all crazed holding a box cutter, they booked it in fear. The police came and took our statement and asked for descriptions. They said they'd look around. They never found anyone, probably because I didn't follow the strangers to see how they'd got to our place. I could have gotten a license plate or something at least, but it didn't occur to me until afterwards. I also had no worry that they might have hurt me, or more importantly, my roommate. Looking back, I feel really bad about risking our lives like that. I really don't know what came over me. I was holding in so much sadness and anger that these people caused me to let it all out. Anyway, that's what happened. I learned a lot since then, like having our landlord install locks for our windows and seeing a therapist. It may have worked out for me, But anyone reading this, don't be as stupid as I was, especially if there are other people involved whose lives are at stake. I should have waited inside for the police, or yelled at them through the window that the police were coming, but instead I did something quite reckless. It was Atlanta, 2005-ish. My best friend was in town, and she was able to get us a nice hotel room near some bars with her points, pre-Uber and Lyft obviously. We got back to the hotel pretty late. It was a bit before midnight. We were intoxicated but not quite blackout drunk. We got ready for bed, slipped into our jammies, and fell right to sleep in the queen-sized bed. She had accidentally put down just one occupant on the reservation, and we didn't bother to update it upon check-in. Several hours later, I felt myself waking up with bleary eyes. I looked over and saw a figure standing over our bed and staring at us. In my sleepy stupor, I calmly asked, "What are you doing here?" My friend woke up to the sound of my voice and asked what was going on. The man seemed to be surprised that we had awoken. He told us he was hotel security and there had been a report of a disturbance. He was here to ask us to quiet down. Confused, we told him we had been asleep for hours now. He told us okay and to have a good night. He quickly slipped out the door and we went right back to sleep. The next morning, once we were a bit more awake and sober, we went down to talk with management. We discussed it and realized that something very strange had happened last night. Management talked to my friend, then called in someone more senior to talk to her. I was on the phone watching all of this from across the room. As they brought out the second person and they spoke to her, she became as white as a sheet. There was no on-site security team, and no one had called in any disturbances the night before. They immediately moved us to a different room and upgraded the rest of our stay. To this day, I wonder if that room was targeted because it was only supposed to have one woman in there at the time. When the person saw there was two of us, they must have panicked and decided not to move forward. I also wonder what would have happened if our reaction had not been as tempered by alcohol and our dreaming stupor state. If we had screamed, would that have triggered something more sinister? A few years back, I found myself driving down a quiet old highway late at night. I had to travel for work, and sadly, they did not fly me out, so I had to drive there myself. I would get compensated though, which was nice, but I still didn't like such long driving. Now, I had originally planned on stopping in a city and getting a hotel there, but I was making such good time that I drove right past it and kept on going. By that point, I was really kind of winging it. I had no idea where the next major city was. Not even a major city, like a big city, but just a city with a decent hotel and some other businesses in it. By the time it was midnight, I finally started to get really tired. I was now 5 hours ahead of schedule. That was good, but I had no clue where I was going to stay. I took an exit to grab some gas. I figured I could drive for another hour or so if I really needed to, but after fueling up my car, I saw a sign for an old motel just down the road. I'm not too picky, and the motel didn't look that nice, but it honestly could have been much worse still. Without very high expectations, I drove over and booked a room for the night. It was a pretty standard 2-level motel, with each room facing the parking lot and opening right up to it. There was a sidewalk in front of the rooms on the first level, and a walkway on the second one. I ended up getting a room on the first level at the far end. After I got the room key, I grabbed my things and headed inside. The room was actually pretty nice, much nicer than I expected it to be. There was a decent-sized cable TV, the bathroom was clean, the room was clean as well. The bed itself was very comfortable. I took a shower and climbed into bed. I decided to watch some TV until I got real sleepy. I would say about 30 minutes later, though, there was a sudden knock at the door. This certainly was very odd, especially at this time of day, but it's not like I was afraid or anything. I really had no reason to be. I got up out of bed and walked over to the door. I opened it slightly, and there was a man standing there. He looked somewhat tall and skinny. He had longer hair and a thick beard. The man said hello, and I asked him what he wanted. His speech was slightly slurred. I suspected there was alcohol in his system. The man asked me if he could come inside for just a few minutes. I don't know why he thought I would just let him into my motel room. Obviously, I said no and shut the door right in his face. After that, I could tell he was just standing there. I hoped he would go away on his own. I went back over to my bed and sat down. I glanced over, but eventually I couldn't see the guy anymore. I hoped that he really had left by now. 30 seconds later, another knock at the door again. I yelled at the man to go away and leave me alone. I walked over to the window and looked out of it. I saw him walking away on the sidewalk in front of the rest of the rooms. I was thinking to myself that I hoped he wouldn't bother the other people there. Hopefully nobody let him into their room either. I sat back down in the bed. 5 minutes after this, I noticed movement out of my window. I looked over and saw the man was back again. He was standing right outside and holding what looked to be some kind of pipe-like object. I really didn't know what it was. He swung it at my window. It made a really loud noise, but the window did not break. He started hitting it several more times, and eventually I heard the glass starting to crack. I realized this guy must be insane. He really was going to try to get in. I had nothing to fight him off with, so I got up from my bed and grabbed my phone, keys, and wallet. I ran to the back and got inside the bathroom. I locked myself in there while I heard him slamming the window repeatedly. Eventually, I heard the glass breaking. I called the police and told them what was going on. They said they would get there as soon as possible. My only fear was the guy would somehow manage to break down the bathroom door. This was a somewhat cheap motel, so I wasn't sure how good the quality of the door itself was. After he finished whacking out the glass of the window, he made his way inside. I could hear him breaking random things in the room. He smashed the TV, he began bashing the walls. He was just breaking everything. I remained hidden in the bathroom. Soon, though, he made his way towards where I was. He smacked the bathroom door several times, then went back into the other area of the room. After another minute, though, he walked back to the bathroom. I heard sirens approaching. I knew it was just a matter of time before the police got there now. The sirens didn't seem to bother him at all, though. Instead, it seemed to aggravate him even more. He began hitting the door more fiercely. The police arrived within a minute. Soon, I finally heard him stop breaking things. The police were able to grab him, and I came out from the bathroom. I saw the room was all torn up. He'd certainly succeeded in doing some damage. At least he didn't do damage to a human being, though. After that, I obviously had to get a new room. The rest of the night went by pretty well, though. The next morning, I was back on the road. That was by far my craziest hotel experience. For a little bit of background, I'm a woman, and this took place last year. I was staying in a hotel for a few days. I had a room on the second floor, and the hotel was very large but not super fancy. They had a good breakfast that was free for guests and was on the first floor. There were a lot of things I wanted to do in the city I was staying in. I had several friends in the area, and I was excited to visit with them. After arriving the first day, I spent some time with those friends, then returned to the hotel. I pretty much went straight to bed that night. The next morning, I got up and went down to grab some breakfast. It was pretty busy, and a lot of other people were also grabbing food. I sat by myself in a small table in the corner. I was next to a window, but I was facing the rest of the people there. While I was sitting, I noticed there was this one guy who was just kind of staring at me. He was sitting across all the way on the other side of the room. This guy was also sitting by himself. At first, I didn't think he was looking at me. Perhaps he was looking out the window behind me. I looked around, but there wasn't really anything else there to look at. For some reason, I got the feeling he was staring at me. He looked away a few times, but his eyes always returned to me. It was so often, too. He wasn't smiling or anything, he just kept a straight, dead face. The man appeared to be somewhat young, average height, and somewhat on the thinner side. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants, and didn't appear to be ordering or trying to eat anything either. He was just kind of sitting there staring at me. I stayed there for another 10 minutes or so, then decided to just go back to my room. I was in my room for maybe an hour before leaving and meeting up with some of my friends again. I was gone basically the entire day. I didn't arrive back until real late, probably around midnight or so. After getting back, things were very quiet inside. I noticed, though, that just past the lobby and the breakfast room, the same guy was still sitting there. He was at the table just kind of looking around. When I walked by him to reach the hallway, his eyes snapped right to me. It was strange to see him again, especially after all this time and at this hour. After I passed by him, I went to the elevator and took it up to the second floor. Then I walked down that hallway to my room. I entered and took a shower. I was going to go to bed when I got really thirsty and realized I didn't have any water. I really didn't want to drink water directly from the sink in the bathroom. I just personally hate drinking tap water. I knew there was a vending machine down the hallway though, so I decided to go out there. When I got to the door, I got this feeling that I needed to look out the peephole first though. I really don't know if I can explain it. When I did so, I saw the same man, the one who had been staring at me at breakfast, and again when I got back to the hotel. He was standing silently outside my door in the hallway. I had no clue why he was there or what he was doing. I watched him for about 10 seconds. He just kind of stood around. I quietly moved away from the door. I was creeped out and didn't know what to do. For a few minutes, I was just trying to figure out what the guy could possibly be doing. I was trying to think of any logical explanation in my head, but I couldn't really find any. After about 5 minutes, I went back over to the door and looked out. He seemed to be gone. I very carefully opened the door and looked both ways down the hallway. The coast appeared to be clear. I walked down to the end where the vending machines were. As I was getting my water, it was extremely quiet. When I finally grabbed it and started walking back to my room, I suddenly heard footsteps sprout behind me. They were a ways back, but I began to move as fast as I could. When I was about halfway to my room, I looked over my shoulder. The same guy was back there. He was still a fair distance away, but he was definitely coming right for me. I continued to move quickly to my door. My heart was now racing. I knew that if I had any kind of mishap when entering my keycard, the man would immediately catch me. And we all know that hotel keycards can be really finicky to get to work sometimes. I made it to my door, and thank goodness the card worked on the first try. I got inside and swiftly slammed the door shut in one fast motion. Just a second later, the doorknob started to turn back and forth. It was locked though. I looked out and saw the guy standing out there. Just what on earth did he want from me? After that, there was a quiet knock on the door. Obviously, there was no way I was going to answer it. Instead, I went to the phone. I called the front desk and reported the man. I gave his description, and I was told they would look into it. I waited inside my room. About a minute or two later, I looked out through my peephole. The guy was gone. I could see a hotel employee walking down the hallway. I left my room and told the employee what had happened. He said he would keep an eye out for the man. After that, I went to bed. It took a good while to fall asleep, but eventually I was able to. The next morning, I was told by hotel management that they had located the man. He was still in the hotel. The previous night, when questioned, he ran. However, he did not leave the place entirely. He simply hid somewhere inside the hotel. He was later spotted hiding in the breakfast room behind a table. The police got called on the guy, and eventually he was arrested for refusing to leave. When I heard that, it was a huge relief. It was crazy to find out that the guy wasn't even staying at the hotel at all. He was just a random guy hanging around and causing problems. I still don't know why he targeted me specifically. The rest of my trip went great, but the experience stayed with me. It still creeps me out whenever I remember it. So this happened when my sister and I were kids. We went hiking in the woods in our backyard in North Carolina. We only had a few neighbors around us, and our house was surrounded by woodlands. It was a Saturday afternoon during the summer. My sister and I decided to go hiking alone together. We did that quite frequently. We were both under the age of 10, but our parents allowed us to do this. We loved exploring the forest and discovering new places. As we made our way through the woods, everything was fine at first. When we went to our favorite place where we usually hung out though, something didn't quite feel right. I got an uncomfortable feeling immediately, like something bad was going to happen. I looked around at my surroundings, but I couldn't see anything or anyone. My sister and I continued walking through the woods until suddenly we heard leaves crunching behind us. We heard a twig break as well. Immediately, we turned around to see what it was. There appeared to be nothing there. We initially thought it was just an animal because of this. As we started hiking again though, we heard leaves crunching once more. This time, when we turned around a bit faster, we could see someone running and hiding behind a tree. As we looked closer, we could also see their shadow coming from behind it. This was clearly a person, definitely not an animal. We both looked at each other and felt paralyzed by fear. We started freaking out and thought this person was going to try and grab us. I gripped my sister's hand and told her to run. We ran as fast as we could back home. Once we made it there, we ran inside and told our parents about what happened. Our parents immediately became worried. They said from then on, we were not allowed to go hiking alone. They would come with us and protect us. I don't know who it was that was following us, but it still freaks me out to this day. I don't know what that person would have done to us if he'd managed to catch up to us while we were running away. This was a particularly short encounter, but a few weeks ago I was working a closing shift with a female coworker. She was trying to lock the door, but the key was real shitty, and so it wouldn't lock properly. I was doing some other work when all of a sudden I heard her desperately screaming my name. I ran over to see what was wrong. There was this homeless man outside. He was looking right at her, and he was sprinting right for the door. I mean, fully sprinting without any regard for anything else. I held the door shut as the man slammed into it, and she managed to properly lock it. The man gave us a nasty look and banged his head against the door a few times before turning around and running off. I don't know what exactly that guy's problem was. What did he want? Did he just want to scare two young girls working the night shift? I'm just glad I'm leaving that place soon for a better job. I'm not going to give my name or age, but I need to talk about a story that still impacts me to this day. First of all, my parents separated when I was 9 years old. A few months later, my mother met a guy who I'll call Kevin. At first, it was going very well. He played with my brother and me, he was really nice to my mother. It was like that until my mother got pregnant by this guy. When she told us, we were really happy. We were going to have a new sibling in the family. It must be said that at that time, I was seeing my father every other weekend. And despite everything I tried, he was going to be moving away from my brother and me. Suddenly, I had major abandonment wounds. Anyway, after my mother told us she was pregnant, she started looking for a new apartment that was a little bit bigger to accommodate more people. She quickly found one, but not in the same village where we were. We moved quite quickly and changed schools too. I was quite unsociable at the time, which meant it took me a long while to make new friends. After 9 months, my mother was in the hospital and gave birth to a little bean. At that point, things with my stepfather started to get really weird. For example, he started to throw insults aimed at me. I remember being locked in the bathroom for a good hour, with this guy on the other side of the door, telling me that if I came out, I would be dead. He started threatening to hit me and everything. At that time, I was 11 years old. My brother was not at home, as he was still in class. After the hour locked in the room, I finally came out when I no longer heard any noise outside. When I left, I went straight to my room, so as to not run into him again before having to go to school the next day. My mother, returning with the newborn, seemed to calm everything down, but it didn't last for long. So began a daily life for me punctuated with insults and the insinuations that my only use in life was to die. In this apartment, we decided to adopt a cat. This is a detail that stood out to me for a lot of reasons. So we adopted this cat, and he was very adorable and super cuddly. Unfortunately for him, being a baby still, he accidentally relieved himself on a sweater that belonged to Kevin. Since then, my stepfather began throwing him against walls and various other forms of violence. Eventually, my mother, brother, and I had to leave for 10 days. My mother decided to hand our cat to someone else, so we would not find it dead when they returned. About a year after that, we moved again, this time to be in a house. Things became much worse and much harder for me to bear. This man, if we can still call him that, started to put hands on me and forced me to sit on his knees as well. All while he started acting inappropriate toward me, he also began treating me like crap. I remember one sentence he said to me several times. The first time he threw it in my face was when I was getting yelled at for something I didn't even know. Being hypersensitive, I was in tears under the table when he said with a frightening composure, "Why don't you just die? No one wants you here. Go kill yourself, damn it." After hearing that, I tried not to think about it anymore. He started to get violent with my mother as well. He began to be drunk all the time. Whenever he left for work in the morning, he often came into my room, thinking I was still asleep, but it woke me up every time and had me laying there in fear. Despite my complaints to my mother, she never did anything about it. At that time, I no longer spoke in school for fear of getting yelled at just like I did when I was at home. I was very distant from everyone and tried to act like everything was fine. Things continued like this until their child started school. my mother decided to separate from this man and move back to the first village we initially lived at so the child could start school there. I remember just before moving, him taking me to the side, and before dropping me off, he said this to me: "Why are you mad at me? I never did anything to you." I'm gonna talk about the repercussions this man had on me, besides 2 times attempting suicide and stays at the hospital. After they separated, I had insomnia every night. I could only sleep 3 hours a night, waking up every 10 minutes. I was seen by 3 psychologists for many years until my first suicide attempt. Eventually, I was diagnosed with depression and discovered that I was hypervigilant at night. I'm still currently in severe depression and being sought after by psychologists to help me. It started in 5th grade. I wasn't a complex kid. I didn't have a phone, didn't use social media. I only had a tablet I could only use for certain times of day. My parents weren't super strict, and since I played outside all the time with my neighbors, I didn't really mind. It was to keep me from getting addicted to online games and developing a short attention span. To be honest, I'm grateful for the restrictions in hindsight. It made my peers' job of stalking me much harder. Anyway, there was a kid in my class named Damien, and he was kind of weird. I didn't know him for long, but he was the worst sort of boy. He'd pull at girls' bra straps in the middle of class, whoop at them, and tell the teacher the girls were always distracting him. He'd even tattle on you for everything, especially if you didn't include him in something. That's how all this started, at the beginning of October of 5th grade. My best friend at the time, who I'll call Jane, had a strange sense of humor like I did. She didn't have any electronics at all. When we were younger back in those days, there were these fake chat stories that were all the rage over YouTube. I wrote down a bunch of them with glitter pens and was going to give them to her the next day in class so she could have something fun to read that evening. Then we'd joke about it together the next day. In comes the annoying, irritating, obnoxious little boy Damien. He threw a fit about not being able to look at this present for my friend. It got to the point where I simply looked him in the eye and said, "It's about girl stuff, Damien. You wouldn't want to read it unless you want to know how periods work." Obviously, I was lying, but the kid demanded to read it anyway, as if he had a right to my personal belongings. I laughed at him and asked my teacher to use the restroom so I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Surely he would calm down while I was gone. Apparently, while I was out though, Jane saw him rooting through my bag. He pulled out my gel-colored pens and started writing nasty things into the little packet I was going to give my friend. It was a bunch of inappropriate stuff about murdering, killing, fucking, and various other cuss words that would be considered inappropriate. When I came back, he ran to the teacher and tattled on me. He said I was threatening to kill his family and murder his friends if he told someone about it. Lo and behold, my teacher snatched the gift I was going to give to my friend, read through it, and then looked at me with anger and sent me to the office. Long story short, my parents were called, and I was suspended for 3 days because of Damien's lies. They said I threatened to harm another student, even though I never did. All the while, my friend kept telling him that Damien did it. Along with this, they also ended up giving me a whole 2 months worth of detention, 2 hours before lunch every day. This was all because, as I was talking to my friend, Damien decided to eavesdrop on our conversation and said I was spreading nasty rumors about some other girls in my grade. He said I wanted to hurt them. All I was doing was telling Jane some things I'd heard other girls saying about her. That was the 2nd strike on my record. That's why there were so many detentions. My school was very strict. Now that I have some basic explanation out of the way, I can continue the main story. After both those instances, Damien continued to find little things to plant on me or rat me out with lies, really just bugging me in general. He went as far as to spread rumors that me and my best friend were lesbians dating, but I was cheating on her with another girl. I was straight as could be. I didn't really care about the rumors, but I was annoyed he'd rope my friend into it. Finally, it all came to a head in the next semester. We used to have to take 5-4-1 tests all the time, and on our little sheets we wrote down our scores and signatures from the teacher. We had our names and addresses on them as well, so they could send them to our parents at the end of the 9 weeks to show we were on track. Apparently, Damien copied down my address while I wasn't looking at one point, and proceeded to convince his parents to get their driver to go by my house to say hello to his friend. He would yell insults at me and throw mean notes into my yard. He was rich, by the way. He took pictures of me while I was outside playing with friends and showed me the next day with the quip that I couldn't outrun him and that he knew where I lived, so I better not make him mad. It got super creepy when he started to print out the photos of me and put them all in a little binder. I told my teacher and the principal about it, but they just told me that boys will be boys. That I shouldn't be looking into his private folders without his permission, like it should be allowed for him to take photos of me without my consent. You could even clearly see in them that I didn't know they were being taken. Even my own parents didn't believe me, saying I was just making it up to blame the kid that got me in trouble. I wasn't lying at all, but the adults all thought I was because I'd gotten into so much trouble that year, with little fault of my own. He kept harassing me, taking pictures, leaving things in my yard and my backpack. He even messed with me during tests at the computers. He would always sit too close to me in class, watch me at recess, and try to grab and touch me all the time. No matter how much I complained or told adults around me, they told me to be happy that a boy liked me that much. This kept happening all through 6th grade, and when it came to my first middle school dance, he got even worse. He tried to take photos of my dress, tried to steal one of my heels as well, and tried to steal money from my purse. I'm pretty sure he'd developed an obsession with me, as distorted as it was. He would comment about my body during the gym class we shared. He even began to complain to the teachers that I didn't wear shorts that showed off my ass enough when we got older. I remember him talking about how nice it was to look at me with a bloody nose and messed up hair. This is after I ran into the bleachers when playing Capture the Flag and tried to snatch it from his hands. He jumped up onto the bleachers out of bounds and tripped me, causing me to slam my head into them. That hurt like a bitch, mind you. After that comment, I tried telling the principal again. He didn't care, so I stopped trying. He continued with the behavior to the point that most days I couldn't bring myself to go to school. I would hide in the gym, locker room, bathrooms to avoid going out after roll call. I just didn't want to interact with him. At the end of 7th grade, he was caught with cigarettes, so his parents sent him off to military school. I bring up this whole story that was so long ago because recently he began trying to add me again on my socials. Obviously, I blocked him, but even now, nearly 5 years past that initial attempt, he still tries to get in touch with me. I don't think I'll be prepared for a day I have to see him again. When me and my siblings were kids, there was this guy who'd park in the lot next to our house and watch us play or whatever. I can't remember if I was the only one who actually noticed him. I don't remember all of this part because I was 4 or 5 years old. I was soloing some pretty serious playtime in the front yard right next to the road. Probably pretending my little Hot Wheels were spaceships or something. All of a sudden, the dude parks right next to me out of nowhere, jumps out, and tries to grab me. My mom was thankfully paying close attention and immediately flew from the house to confront the man. When he saw her approaching, he let me go, and he fled before she could reach him. He never came back after that. Honestly, for a long time I didn't even think about this or what was actually going on. Retroactively, about 30 years later, I've really managed to creep myself out. I remember one day, one of my friends said he had something really cool to show me. He led me over to a rabbit burrow underneath a shed, when all of a sudden he came up from behind me. He put me into a firm chokehold and started suffocating the life out of me. I did the only thing I could. I reached out for help from the only other person that was there, but he just stood there smiling at me. After a minute or so, the one guy chokeholding me let me go. I have no idea to this day why those two did that to me, but I'm eternally grateful they backed out before they actually killed me. After that, I left and never talked to either of them again. I, 25 and male, was around 13 or 14 years old when this happened. I used to sleep over at my cousin's house almost every single weekend. We'd spend the entire weekend playing video games until the early hours, and weird things always seemed to happen around those times. He lived with his family in a huge 2-story house, and even though it was fully furnished, it felt eerily empty. Strange noises and odd half-sightings were common, but as kids playing late into the night, getting spooked by the dark was normal, and most of it was just our minds playing tricks on us. One time, my cousin went to take a shower in his bathroom. I decided to use the master bedroom's ensuite, since his parents were away. It was just the two of us in the home. I entered the bathroom in there and locked the door, and started my own shower. During my shower, though, I heard a strange noise and peeked over at the door, and that's when I saw the door slowly creaking open, revealing someone peering in. Due to the small gap in the door, I couldn't really make out the person's face. My innocent mind thought to myself, "Oh, I must have left the door slightly open, and someone accidentally pushed it." I confidently exclaimed, "It's occupied!" The door didn't close, though. It lingered open for a while, until the person on the other side slowly slid it closed. When I finished up my shower and tried to leave, I realized that the door was actually locked, and the only way to lock it was from the inside. That was the last time I slept over at my cousin's house. To this day, I have no idea who or even what opened that door on me in the shower. A few months ago, I was walking about a block from my house. When I turned the corner, I noticed 3 men standing by a white pickup truck. For a split second, I saw 2 of them talking to the third in a hushed tone. The third man, a smaller Asian man, began walking quickly past me, carrying 2 suitcases. He grinned at me as he walked by. As I approached the area with the other 2 men, they started to ask me, why don't I help Mr. Chang there carry his luggage? They insisted he had many miles to go. Mr. Chang, by the way, was walking up what I knew to be a dead-end street. I was already pretty creeped out, so I apologized and explained that I was 17 and didn't have a car. They insisted that I could simply walk with him and carry his luggage. I told them I was busy and tried to get away. They started yelling at me, screaming at me for not helping him, and began to follow me. I pretty much just ran the hell out of there at that point. The whole interaction was just so surreal and very off. I don't know if I can adequately explain just how scary it was at the time. I met a guy at uni while smoking weed in my car. I saw him rolling a blunt and he asked if I wanted to join. I said of course. We started doing this every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Fast forward 3 months later, we started becoming better friends, and things started getting personal. He told me he was with the Navy in a high-security clearance type of job. He started describing all these crazy stories which I'm sure he shouldn't have told me. That's not the scary part though. What was real creepy was the fact that when he was telling me these stories, he pulled out a knife and began playing with it. As he finished, he locked the doors and got this real creepy voice. He also had this strange look on his face. He pointed the knife at me and asked me if I'd ever been stabbed before. After he finished smoking, I told him I had to go right now and study for a test, and after that I never saw him again. Several years ago, I bought a used car on Craigslist. I'd been driving a pretty old car that I loved for a while. Unfortunately though, it eventually broke down, and the repairs would cost more than the car itself was worth. I decided to just get a new car. I went on Craigslist because I feel like the best deals are there. I didn't need anything brand new. I was looking for something a bit newer than my ancient car though. Something a little bit more reliable, I guess. I remember when I first started looking, I saw a newer listing that seemed almost too good to be true. I looked it over and saw almost no information in the post itself. It said that the car ran well and the miles were relatively low. So I contacted the owner immediately. I knew that such a listing would probably sell fast. It had been made just about 30 minutes prior. The seller got back to me quickly, saying that I could see the car that same day if I wanted. I agreed, then went out and met them at the back of a Target parking lot. I looked at the car, which appeared just like in the ad. The seller was a guy who said his name was Jim or something. He was about average height, dark brown hair, wearing sunglasses, and a big hat. I went for a short test drive with him down the nearby highway. The car seemed to run perfectly fine, and the miles checked out to what the ad said as well. I didn't really know why the price was so low, but I couldn't find anything wrong with the car currently. I bought it from him right then and there. It was crazy that I bought a car so fast. That was literally the first day I was looking for one. After I got the car, I drove back to my house. I lived alone in an average-sized home. The next day, I decided to go out and clean my new car. With it being used and all, I figured it would be a good idea to do a deep cleaning. Even vacuum the inside as well. I first cleaned out the back area, then was doing the front. When I was cleaning the front passenger side seat, I was vacuuming it when something weird happened. The seat sort of moved. I was getting in the crevice, and the bottom part that you actually sit on kind of shifted around. I felt around and tugged on it. Then the entire seat lifted up, revealing a secret compartment. Inside was a bunch of cash. I couldn't believe my eyes. I really didn't know what was going on. I took the money and went inside my house. There was a bunch of $20 bills as well as 50s and 100s. I counted it all out and it added up to a little over $10,000. I called my friend and he came over to see it. We talked about what to do and ultimately decided to give it back to the previous owner. We didn't even know if he knew about the money. Maybe it belonged to whoever owned the car before he did. I would think that if somebody knew they left over $10,000 cash in a car, they would remember to take it out before selling it. The same night, I went out to my car and examined it closer. Unbelievably, I found 4 more secret compartments. Some beneath the other seats, one in the center console. It was like the whole car had been customized for this. However, none of the other secret compartments had any money in them. They were all empty. Still, it didn't feel right to keep this money, and there was something weird about this car. I was just sitting there debating between calling the police and calling the previous owner. Ultimately, I decided to tell the owner. It was nighttime though, so I was going to wait until the next day. That same night, something weird happened. I was in my bedroom at probably 11 o'clock or so. I wasn't trying to sleep yet, but I would be going to sleep shortly. That's when I heard a noise coming from outside. I couldn't tell what it was, but it seemed like someone was out on my property. I left the bedroom and headed to the living room that had a window to the front. I carefully looked outside and saw there were two men standing in my driveway. I couldn't tell you a good description of them. It was really dark out there. I just saw they were walking around my new car I had just bought. It looked like they were trying to open one of the doors. I watched one of the men suddenly smash the front passenger side window. I realized then that it was probably the guy who had sold the car to me. Who the other guy was, I didn't know. They broke into the car, and I watched them go inside and search it. I would have just given him the money back if he'd asked me. He didn't need to break in. I called the police at this point because something was clearly off about this. The men were inside my car searching for the next few minutes. I sat on the ground in my living room, waiting for the police. I saw them leave my car and start to walk to my front yard. When I saw this, I started to panic because they were going right toward my house. I didn't know what to do, so I went over to the light switch and turned it on. When I did this, I couldn't see outside very well anymore. But the men appeared to move away and shift over to the left. I went over to the window and looked out. That's when I saw them leaving and walking away down the street. I was glad to see them gone. The police still weren't there though. I waited about 2 or 3 more minutes until I finally saw police cars pulling up. I went outside and met them and let them know what had happened. My car window was smashed, but I didn't have anything valuable in the car at all, so nothing was stolen. I showed the police the hidden money I'd found and gave it to them. After answering a few more questions, the police left, and I was able to go back to sleep. The next day was very normal actually. I didn't get any more information from the police, but that night something else happened. I was actually sleeping this time. I was awoken at midnight. Instantly, I had the feeling those guys were back. I got up from my bed and went to the doorway. What I heard was a strange sound at my back window on the other side of the home. I didn't hesitate. I called the police immediately and locked myself in my bedroom. I then hid inside the closet. I didn't hear anything else. Obviously, I couldn't try to stop the guys from breaking in, if that's what they were going to do. Inside the closet, I couldn't really hear anything. It remained mostly quiet until soon the police arrived. They were much faster this time than the previous night. When I finally came out of my hiding place, I saw the police had captured the 2 men. It was the same guys from the previous night. They had just broken part of one of my back windows to the house. Luckily, they didn't make it inside yet. I found out the guys were in fact the previous owner of the car and had gotten the money illegally somehow. I'm not sure if they robbed a bank or what. I didn't find out, but that's why they were selling the car so cheap, to get rid of it. That's also why the money was in it. I guess those morons must have forgotten to empty that compartment of part of the money though. It was a crazy story, but I'm glad that everything turned out okay in the end. A year ago in early winter, I went hiking for a weekend in a national park, not far from home. It was supposed to be the last few days of good weather, before the winter cold and snow came in. I wanted to get out while I still could. There was a trail my buddy had told me about that went up to a nice view of a lake. It was not a crowded place, so I decided to try it out. When I got to the trail, it wasn't quite what I expected though. There were no signs or markings at all. There was just this thin, narrow path going off through some trees. I walked down a little ways, and while it still had no markings, it seemed like a pretty straightforward trail to hike along. As I walked, it was clear that few people ever came this way. There were almost no shoe prints in the dirt, and the path didn't seem professionally made. This didn't frighten me or anything, mind you, but it was just something I took note of. The forest along the path was really nice though, full of wildlife and falling leaves from the changing season. Just a beautiful sight. About a mile in, I walked past something rather interesting though. Another path leading off this one out into the woods. I stayed on the trail I was on. I didn't really understand why there would be another path connecting to this already rarely used trail. As I kept on walking though, more of these random side trails started to show up. They shot off in random directions, leading to what looked like nothing in particular. It was really odd. After about 3 hours of walking the trail I was on, it just ended. There was no more path to follow. All that was ahead was an endless row of trees and forest. Out of nowhere, I heard footsteps behind me. I whipped around to see a guy walking in the distance. He had a ripped-up jacket and no backpack. And strangely enough, he was walking across the trail I was on down one of these side paths. It didn't look like he'd seen me. He was just looking down and walking. The way he walked, though, and how he looked, was a bit eerie. I did my best not to be seen, as I watched him disappear into the woods. By now, it was looking like there wasn't much daylight left. I decided to just abandon finding the lake and hike back to my car. It took me a few minutes to reach an intersection of paths I didn't remember before, though. Immediately, I thought about how the path I was on had ended so abruptly. Now I knew that probably meant that at some point, I'd gone down the wrong trail somehow. I looked down, trying to see if there were any shoe prints of mine I could follow, but I didn't see any. I once again heard footsteps behind me. I turned and looked out into the forest. In the distance, the same man was standing there, facing me. He didn't move or say anything. He just stood there watching me. After a moment, a chill ran through my body. I turned to take whatever trail was in the opposite direction of this man. I hurried, checking behind me multiple times. After a few minutes, I'd lost track of the man. I went down this trail for over an hour, worried about being completely lost, with this strange man apparently following me. After a while of walking, I moved off the path and leaned against a tree, taking a break to drink some water. Not even a second later, I heard those same footsteps yet again. I slipped behind the tree where I was and tried to hide. The sound of shuffling steps got louder and louder until the man walked right past my hiding place. He looked focused on the path ahead, like he thought I must still be walking. There was no doubt in my mind at this point that he was following me, or at least trying to. Once he'd passed me by, I took the opportunity to run back the way I'd came. Getting to the intersection once again, I chose between two other paths. Thankfully, I made the right choice, because halfway back to where I thought my car was, all the light faded, and all I had was dim moonlight to guide me through these woods. All I can say is that man I saw didn't look like he was out there for just a hike, and based on the way he was acting, I think he may have had some terrible intentions that I may have just barely avoided. This happened just a few months ago. I live alone in a house in what I would describe as an average neighborhood. One night I was by myself and in the living room just relaxing and watching TV. It was 11 o'clock at night. And that's when I heard my phone vibrate, the specific vibration it does when you receive a text. I was curious and picked up my phone to look at it. When I did, I saw that a new number I didn't recognize had texted me. The text simply said, "Hey, I'm outside." This seemed bizarre right off the bat. I figured right away it was a wrong number. I thought about replying and saying so, but I decided not to do that. I simply tossed my phone aside and forgot about it. Maybe 10 minutes later or so, I was still watching TV, but I thought I could see something out of the corner of my eye. My living room is at the front left side of the house, and there's a side window that looks to the outside. Some bushes by it were being moved out there. I looked over and saw what looked like a person walking past the window. I couldn't make out any details about them because it was so dark out, and it was a long ways away. In fact, I only saw them for a split second. I wasn't even 100% sure about it. Maybe I was just being paranoid. It really looked like someone had walked by my window, though. Now I suddenly started thinking about that text again. Could it have not been just a wrong number? But somebody actually at my house? Who would this be, though? Why? I had no clue. I decided then to text the number back and ask them who they were. When I did, they responded almost instantly. "Come outside and you'll see." I was really creeped out. I had a feeling that this person really was outside my house. For what reason, I didn't know. I got up from the couch and looked out the front window. My front yard appeared empty. I closed all the shades and went around to all the different windows in the house. I went to the sides and the back as well. Everywhere I looked, I saw nothing. Of course, there were several places around the yard where somebody could hide without being seen. I had no idea where this person was. I walked back into my living room, and just as I did so, I heard a knock coming from one of the back windows. Instantly, I had a bad feeling about it. I walked back over to the dining room, where a window that looked back out into the backyard was. Whoever had knocked on the window was now in hiding once again. I looked all around back there, but I couldn't find this mysterious person. I went back into the living room and texted the person back. Why were they at my house? Why were they doing this to me? And the person texted back immediately again. Once again, they said, "Come outside and I'll show you, or do I have to break in?" I texted back saying that I was calling the police and proceeded to do so. I told the 911 operator that someone was threatening to break into my home, and I had reason to believe they were on my property already. I was told that officers would be there in just a few minutes. Then I just had to wait, hoping that the person wouldn't actually try to break in. In the meanwhile, I didn't get any more texts from that number. I thought about messaging them again, but decided not to. Only 5 minutes later, the police arrived. I saw the cars out front and went outside and talked to them. They searched my property and all around my house, but unfortunately, they did not locate anyone there. As the police were still there, I got another text from this number. "I can see the police there." It showed a picture of the police. They looked around the street, but we couldn't see anyone. They looked around for another 20 minutes, but the person was never found. After that, they left. I was really creeped out by this, but luckily and surprisingly, I didn't get any more texts after. I also didn't see any more creepy things outside or people skulking about my property. Looking back, I still have no idea who it could be. Sometimes I think that maybe it was one of my neighbors, but that seems sort of far-fetched. I don't know. I'm still left wondering about it to this day. I spend a lot of my spare nights doing deliveries for DoorDash. It's my way of getting some extra money, while also not needing to commit to a more strict second job. I started driving around 9 p.m. on this night and steadily took on orders until around 11. It slowed down a bit during that time, so I just kinda drove around the shopping center that had the most fast food restaurants people often ordered from. Eventually, another order came through. It was a regular order to be delivered about 4 miles away. After grabbing the food, I started the directions to the address. It was almost immediately apparent that this wasn't a house it was being delivered to. I zoomed in on the map, which only showed streets and buildings, and the address I pointed to was along a street that had no buildings on it whatsoever. It looked kind of like an empty plot of land, actually. The DoorDash map was never that great, though, so I just started driving and decided to at least check it out before I wrote it off. Maybe I'd call in to the customer if there was really an issue. I drove out there, taking just under 20 minutes until I reached the street it was on. The street was very bare. There were no houses or crossroads, no cars driving on it. When I got to the end, it became a gravel road. Off to the side was a small wooden sign that was too weathered to even be legible. I pulled onto the gravel and turned my brights on. Right away, I could see something far off down the road. I drove in closer, and as I approached it, my phone dinged to let me know I'd arrived. In my headlights was a small mobile home, or some sort of RV. On the door were some poorly painted numbers. I looked back at my phone. 2760. It was the address. I got out holding the food in my hand. As I walked up to the RV, getting a closer look at it, it was a bit unsettling to look at. It was completely overgrown and old, which was strange considering it was a mobile home. Those were meant to be moving around, right? I gave it a knock and waited. This was a rare cash order, which made more sense once I saw the place, but I definitely didn't feel good having to stand there. As I looked around, an eerie feeling washed over me. This place was surrounded by woods, with no lights anywhere past the RV. It was complete darkness out there. I heard something from inside and prepared for them to open the door. Then a voice off to my right startled me. I looked over and saw a man just standing there smiling at me. He was by the corner of the RV. He asked me if I had his order. I nodded and apologized, walking it over to him. I handed it off and said his total. The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a $5 bill. He smiled again and said he just needed to grab the rest. He turned around and walked back around the RV while I stayed where I was. This whole interaction in writing doesn't seem as off as it was in person, but I can tell you, just by looking at this guy, I could tell something was very wrong with him. Something about the way he was acting and saying things. It just gave me chills. I waited for a minute or so before getting more and more nervous. I peeked around the corner to where he said he'd gone. In the distance, I could see a figure standing by what looked to be the dark outline of a shed. They were not moving at all. They were just standing there. As the fear grew inside my head, I jolted around, hearing the door to the RV suddenly opening. A different man looked out at me. Just as I started to greet him, he slammed the door shut. My heartbeat was now intensifying. I looked back out at the man who was by the shed. He was walking back toward the RV, but now he had something different than money in his hands. I couldn't quite tell exactly, but it looked like he was carrying a rifle. I ran back to the car and jumped in. I turned it on with shaky hands and slammed it in reverse. The man came running around to the other side of the mobile home and then stood calmly in the darkness as I drove off. I don't know exactly what was happening there, but I wasn't exactly keen on finding out. I went straight home afterwards and debated calling 911. I was caught up on the fact that I didn't actually know what was going on, so in the end I made the regretful decision to not notify the police. Whatever happened that night will remain as just the strange encounter it was, with no answers to the true nature of it. Last year, I had a really creepy experience. For a little background, I live by myself and have a house. This was the same situation for when this story occurred. It all started when I was at home one night. It was around 9 or 10 p.m. I think. Usually I stay up kind of late, so I wasn't about to go to bed anytime soon or anything. When I suddenly heard a knock on my front door, I did think that was a little unusual. I walked over and looked out the window to see who it was. There was a woman standing out there. I was unsure if I should answer the door or not. I waited to see if she would just walk away on her own, but about a minute later she knocked on the door again. I decided to answer and see what was going on. I opened up the door for her. She had long blonde hair and looked to be in her 20s or so. She was wearing a black sweatshirt. Immediately as I opened the door, she asked me if she could come inside. I asked her why, and the woman responded by saying there was some guy that was after her. I told her I could call the police for her, but she interrupted me and asked to come in again. I didn't let her. I suggested calling the police once more, but she simply said no. When I asked her why, she just turned around and walked away. Needless to say, I was pretty confused. I looked around trying to see if there really was any man outside searching for her or something. I didn't see anyone. The woman quickly hurried down the street and out of my sight. I went back inside after that, and then went to bed later. By the next day, I had completely forgotten about that encounter for the most part. I went to work as usual. After that, I was home again. It was later at night once more. I was in my living room when I happened to notice out of the corner of my eye in the window that someone was out front walking by it. It was the same woman from the night before. She was walking on the street in front of my house. I knew a lot of my neighbors, and I was not aware of this woman living in the neighborhood. I had never seen her before until the night prior. It was also unusual for people to walk on my side of the street in the first place. This was overall a very strange situation. When she arrived in front of my house, I saw her stop and look at it. I noticed that she seemed to be kind of idling and staring at it. She then seemed to notice me looking through the window at her. She kept walking past my house down the street over and over. I wasn't sure who she was or why she was hanging around my neighborhood all of a sudden. I thought maybe she had moved in down the street or something, but honestly I had no idea what this was. I saw her again the very next day. This time I was driving to work. I remember that after making it out of my neighborhood, a car was driving behind me for whatever reason. I looked at my mirror to the car behind me and saw that the driver looked an awful lot like the woman who I kept seeing. I was almost positive it was her, but she was wearing these gigantic sunglasses, so I couldn't quite see all of her face. I couldn't be 100%. It was strange to see her again, though. At first, I didn't even have the thought that she was following me in her car in my mind, but as I kept driving, I noticed her making all the turns I did. Eventually, I was 90% of the way to work, and she was still right behind me. Now, I was 99% sure it was the exact same woman. It took me 15 minutes to get to work, and when I got there, she pulled into the parking lot right after me. I was shocked. I knew she didn't work here, but when I drove to where I always parked, she drove through the lot a different way. Her car went out of my sight. I couldn't tell if she was parking or just driving away. I went into work and didn't see her for the rest of the time that I was there. I didn't see her when leaving either. Actually, for the next 2 days, I didn't see her at all. I became even more suspicious because of this. I kept glancing out my windows at night, trying to see if she was lurking about somewhere. I didn't see any sight of her. One night a bit later, once again I was home by myself, except this time it was much later at night, probably after midnight. I was actually just about to go to sleep and was lying in bed when I heard a loud noise coming from what sounded like outside, right near the back of my home. I got up and went to my doorway, and that's when I heard another loud noise. It was clear it was coming from the back window. Somebody was hitting it with something. I didn't know who it was or what they were doing, so I stayed in my bedroom and closed my door. I then called the police and told them that somebody was trying to break into my home. A short time later, I heard more loud noises, and it sounded like someone had made their way inside my home. I stayed in my room and quickly locked the door. Whoever was inside my house walked around, but I soon heard them opening every doorway. They didn't get close to my bedroom though before I stopped hearing any noises. It took me a while to realize they'd likely gone into my basement. For the next 5 minutes or so, everything was silent. Then the police arrived. I ran out of my room to let them in. Once they entered, I let them know I thought somebody was in my basement. They went down there, and a short time later came out with the same woman who I'd kept seeing. I should have known it was her the whole time. I was glad she wouldn't be bothering me anymore, but I never got an answer as to why she was doing all this. She refused to say, and in the end, I never found out anything more. I wanted to share this story to warn people. It's a story that's really weird and freaked me out. I'm traveling around the country in my car. I've been driving for over a week from the city I lived in, and so far I've slept in my car to save money. It wasn't until I got to a big enough city that I decided to treat myself to an actual bed that would be comfortable. I opted to choose Airbnb because it's cheaper than hotels. I booked this particular Airbnb the day before I arrived to the city, so there weren't many options. I had found this apartment that looked very new and modern. It was in a great location, and the price was decent as well. Actually, it seemed almost too good to be true. The only downside was that it was listed as a new listing, and so it had 0 reviews. I figured the price was low because it was a new listing, and decided to give it a shot. It must be legit because it's on Airbnb, right? When I got to the apartment building, it was older looking than I expected. I later found out that my Airbnb was most likely the only renovated apartment in the entire building. The rest seemed to be in very poor condition. It looked like a dorm hall more than an apartment building, really. I let it slide though because I wasn't paying too much, so what could I really expect? The apartment itself looked like the pics, so that was good enough for me. Everything went well for the first 2 days. As a woman traveling alone, I always make sure to be safe. I don't go out when it's too dark. I always lock the door. I lock every single lock, including the chain. Anyway, on the 3rd day, I was out all morning and came back to the apartment to change to head to the beach. I had again locked the door, including the chain. I was in front of the door watching TV while changing, when all of a sudden the door started to unlock and someone tried to open it. I was beyond lucky I had remembered to put the chain lock on the door, or else it would have opened right away. I was naked, and no one else was supposed to have keys to this room. My first reaction was, "Excuse me?" I closed the door right away and locked it again. I didn't see who was trying to open it while I did this. I sat in front of the door, scared and shocked. I realized this person could still get in there any time, since obviously they had a key to this apartment. At first, I thought maybe it was the owner coming back after I checked out, but I was not supposed to check out until the following day, so that couldn't be it. After crying for a few minutes, I recuperated myself I called the owner and told her what happened. She told me that no one else was supposed to have a set of keys other than her, and that she was at work and she couldn't possibly be there. I was scared to stay in the apartment because someone could come in at any time. I also didn't want to leave though, because I had all my valuables there. It was a lose-lose situation, really. I called my dad, who told me it was not okay that someone had the keys, and she needed to take care of this ASAP. He talked to the owner, and she told me she would be there shortly with a locksmith to change it and give me a new pair of keys. She proceeded to tell me that she had only had this apartment for 6 months, and before I'd stayed there was only one other Airbnb booking. She mentioned it had been sitting empty other than those 2 bookings because she had been renovating the apartment. She told me the only possibility for who it could be was the previous owners or someone related to them. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. That possibility really messed with me. How was it possible that I was gone all day every day, and in the 10 minutes I happened to be home during the daytime, that was when someone tried to come in? How did they know I was there? Were they coming to rob me, or something else entirely? If this apartment had been sitting empty for half a year nearly, maybe this was something they did frequently, or maybe they wanted to do something to me in particular. These questions are constantly on my mind. I just know I'm lucky I put the keychain on the door, or else. I don't even want to think about what they could have done to me. Needless to say, I will not be leaving a good review, and I won't be staying in an Airbnb that has no reviews or seems too good to be true from now on. I remember I was at a party when I was 4. I was with my parents when a random guy came up to me, claiming to be my uncle. He said he wanted to show me something out in the woods, just down the road from the house. He grabbed my hand and started dragging me until we reached a clearing in the woods. All of a sudden, my mother appeared out of nowhere. She had apparently taken note and been following us the entire time. She grabbed me up and ran back with me to the party. She later told me to never go with people I didn't know, even if they said they were relatives. I cringed thinking back about what might have happened had she not followed us that night. I remember I was driving someone home at night. I was in high school at the time. It was a weeknight and not many people were out on the road. We were almost there when all of a sudden, I saw a woman standing in the middle of the road holding something. My friend yelled and we all started to freak out. It turns out she was holding a huge knife. She tried to take a swing at the car as we passed by. We called the police, obviously, and I had to drive by again on the way back. They were talking to her and she was still holding that big knife in her hands. I didn't find out what the story behind this was, but it was a super scary experience, being a new driver and seeing that late at night. I, a 20-year-old 118-pound woman, used to work at a museum with some pretty expensive exhibits. I'd usually get in pretty early, 7 a.m. or so while it was still dark. The security guys would get in about 30 minutes before me. One day, I was heading toward the entrance. It was really quiet, no one around except this one weird, skinny, homeless guy. He was walking pretty close to me, but the museum was surrounded by a public park, so I didn't really think anything of it. As I began to unlock the door, though, he suddenly sprinted up to me and asked me in a really hurried and nervous way if I had the time. As I looked down at my watch to check, another 3 guys ran up out of nowhere right to me. They all violently attacked me and forced me to the ground, then forced their way in through the entrance and started to drag me behind. They kind of did a double take as they got inside and realized there were security guys everywhere. They all quickly ran right back out the way they came. I think they wanted to attempt to either rape or kill me and then rob the place. They thought I was the first and only person there, but they didn't realize the security guys were all already inside. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.